I think put the team in shot. We might have one if we said, one if we said. You take Auckland.
Well, hello and welcome to the final session of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 Track Cycling Championships, coming to you from the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome in Invercargill. Dale Woodford with Julian Einarson alongside me for what's going to be a fantastic day's racing, almost 3.5 hours of racing in total. So for those watching at home, welcome to Sky Sport Next. Those in the stadium will just run through the program for you. We're going to be underway with the Elite Women's and Under 19 4,000 metre Teams Pursuit final, the rides for 3rd and 4th, and of course the gold and silver medals. Then we'll be into the Under 19 Men's and Women's Team Sprint finals, the Elite Men's and Women's Team Sprint finals, the Under 19 Elimination, the Men's Under 19 Elimination, and the final event, the Elite Men's Points Race with World Champion Corbin Strong sporting the rainbow jerseys. Well, Julian, we saw some pretty good times this morning from some young combinations and something that's new, and for those watching at home who have seen team sprinting before, one big change is the women's team sprint has gone from being the traditional 2 riders to now having 3.
Yeah, it makes for a very interesting competition indeed, and of course gives that opportunity for further riders in the various centres to front up at these national championships, look for a good combination. There certainly was some strong contenders in amongst it there this morning, Dale, that's for sure. And some newcomers coming up, of course, into the under 19 ranks or up into the elites in their first year, showing their wares. And of course, likes of the young fellas from Auckland, of course, great opportunity for them to ride with the likes of Aaron Gate and the Team's Pursuit. So these guys will be frothing at the mouth here tonight to be able to put on a good display after what has been a fantastic 4 days of racing here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome, as our first 2 teams get prepared for the bronze medal rides. Obviously straight into the finals here this evening after only a few hours ago qualifying earlier this morning, which we had a majority of it being all the team efforts here this morning to get through to this particular round for the team sprints, the team's pursuits. Auckland up against Canterbury for the bronze medal with Blackmore, Townsend, Edcloth and Olivia Ray for Auckland. Canterbury's Caitlin Murray, Samantha Walker, Erin Downey and Madison Lowry. They will be the 2 teams to contest for the bronze medal here in the Women's Elite Under 19 Team Pursuits.
Well, Auckland starting in the front straight, so they're slightly faster in qualifying, but it's now how you back it up, and of course a new experience for some of these riders. We'll see what Auckland's strategy is. They used B. Townsend in the early stages of the Team's Pursuit, and she dropped off quite early, and sometimes that's a planned tactic, and that may change this afternoon. Canterbury combination always well drilled, well coached. Terry Jide standing in their corner, and he's had a great championships with his athletes.
Yes, the Canterbury combinations throughout the entire competition have once again shown why they're considered to be one of the strongest centres in the country and have been for many, many years. And of course Denton Park, their home track out at Hornby in Christchurch. And of course a bit of a transition for some riders of course too. We were talking down earlier today about the fact that majority of riders that train on outdoor tracks and then turn up at these indoor venues, which is a bit of an adaptation for some. And that a number of them will look out for various competitions, go to centre champs at various indoor tracks, or the 2, Cambridge and Invercargill, so they get that experience because obviously it's a bit of a different beast. very hot out there this afternoon. They've turned up the heating here to ensure that we get some fast racing for these riders as we look to another one of the splits here, and it is Auckland leading over Canterbury.
1.3 seconds between the two teams coming up to the first kilometre. It always gives you an idea of how they're travelling. Right now, Auckland looking quite comfortable. Amy Blackmore, so have a fairly big load on her shoulders to carry the team around. Canterbury still looking very slick. The changes, and they're a lot smoother than they were this morning, so they've had a little bit of a chat about how they can do it that little bit better. So Auckland sitting on the lead at the moment for this bronze medal. Olivia Ray's had an outstanding championships, and she's on the blue bike. Canterbury have lost a rider, so they've made the call down to 3, and we haven't quite got to the halfway stage of the race, so that puts pressure on the rest of the team. Auckland still with all 4 riders in check. 1,500 metres in, one of the Canterbury riders we can see just struggling a little bit. Olivia Ray takes over. As I was saying, she's had a fantastic championships, and I was talking to her about her bike earlier in the competition. It's got a great paint job, but one of the unique things about her bike in the world of carbon fibre cycling, she is riding a traditional steel bike, carbon forks. She's had it specially designed. It's been grooved in the chainstay. Dave Benson will like that, the way it's been cut out in the chainstay to take a big chainring if she wants to put on a 60-plus chainring at any stage. So Auckland still in control at the moment, 1.9 seconds over Canterbury Red at the halfway stage. And a big turn from Olivia Ray. Myron Simpson doing the kills for the Auckland team. And he had a big plan for them and wants them to really try and build on what they've got so far in this race, what they've learnt from this morning, and they're putting it together nicely.
Yes, the Auckland combination staying with the 4 riders, which obviously gives the opportunity for riders to have a longer break, if you like. Even at these high speeds, there is a bit of recovery time as you get in behind your rider. With the Canterbury riders losing that rider very early on, then just a bit of a struggle as one of them came back onto the wheel. But they've settled back into their paces once again. Certainly don't count them out. They're at 3.191 seconds here. Difference between Auckland and Canterbury, with the blue and the whites with the advantage as they start to approach 3,000 metres.
Well, Auckland have got Canterbury in their sights, and that'll give them some motivation. Myron Simpson just encouraging them to lift it. So down the back, Georgia Cluth, Amy Blackmore, Olivia Ray, B Townsend. B's putting in a fantastic ride. So obviously saved a little bit from this morning. Kept some petrol in the tank, and it's paying dividends for this Auckland combination as they head towards the bronze medal with 1,000 metres to go. So we have a look. There you go. Just Canterbury coming out of turn number 4. Auckland going into turn 3, and they've got them in their sights going after them. They're trying to post I guess what would be a new personal best time. I think B Townsend, there was Olivia Ray swung up. I thought she was going to sit up, but easily slots on the back.
If you're new to the team's pursuit, of course, if the team that's chasing Auckland here, if they get onto the back wheel of the Canterbury team, the gun will go. That will be it all over unless they've decided and allowed them to go for a particular time. But I think they're just going to run out of real estate here to be able to do so. They're certainly getting close to it, and it's a lot of incentive for them as they go through close to 50k an hour. Not much between the two here. Can the Aucklanders, they've got the bit between the teeth here, desperately trying to get to the back of the Canterbury team with just over half a lap to go, and they're only metres from it. I think the commissaires will let it roll right to the finish as Auckland will start to spread out and take themselves the bronze medal here in the Women's Elite Under-19 4,000 metre teams pursuit. A fantastic effort indeed by Blackmore, Townsend, Cloth and Ray to take it out over Murray, Walker, Downey and Lowry here.
Well, a nice way to start this afternoon's program here at the Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Cycling Championships. Final day of competition, final session. We're in team's pursuit. We've just seen the Under-19 ride off for the bronze medal. Coming up will be the gold medal ride between Southland and Canterbury Black. And conditions are good inside the Velodrome. We saw Canterbury Black go very close to the championship record time this morning. That championship record is 4:41.920. Set at the 2019 National Championships is held by Ali Wollaston, Olivia King, Eva Parkinson, Maya Anderson. So those riders stepped up now into the elite category. So Terry Jide will no doubt once again have this team tuned up and ready to go. Very precise where they sit the bikes. As you can see, being pointed to, the white dots where they have to go. They want the wheels right on there. And of course, the rider in the gate, like in the individual events, is locked in. The brakes are on, and those brakes don't get released until the countdown goes, and you get that 0 and the brake releases. Of course, the riders outside can false start and trip the timer. We saw that today in the team sprint competition. So we look at Southland, Kirsty James, Nicole Shields, Emily Patterson, Riley McMillan up against the young Canterbury team, Samantha Donnelly, Jenna Borthwick, Michaela Grant, Amelia Sykes. So it's a full under-19 team up against the very experienced Southland team, Julian.
Yes, just to clarify, of course, folks, they're all going for the gold medal here, but the under-19's got a little bit of extra incentive as well. As Dale's mentioned, they could take out the under-19 record. Potentially there's a trophy up for grabs for that as well. So the last few years, been mixing it up with the under-19s and elites together. Some of the teams have a combination of those riders, but a full under-19 squad here. We're very keen to show their supporters back home how they can do it here up against the Southland combination.
Well, all our way, the Canterbury team and the Southland team out of the starting gates very smoothly. And this will be some real motivation for the young Canterbury team. This is a very slick Southland lineup. If you look, Kirsty James, Nicole Shields, Emily Patterson, Riley McMillan, who has already won a medal in these championships in the scratch race, just tucked in on the back, the tall figure of Riley McMillan. And you certainly don't lose anything having her in there. She's such a good time trialist and individual pursuiter. And they've got a very strong team, Southland, of course, going in with the fastest time. But we're going to be very interested in what the young Canterbury team can do. Remember, they're chasing the championship record for 41.920. The time is taken from the third wheel across the line. So, of course, we have the timekeepers down there. Our time and clock stops on the first wheel across the line. So we always have to wait for the official time, which could be, just a 100th of a second, or could be, in some cases, we saw in the Auckland under-19 men's losing their last rider with a lap to go, and he had to battle on, and it was his time that counted, and they just missed out in qualifying for the top spot and going through to ride for a medal. So very important that you know where all your riders are. These teams are well drilled. Southland in control at the moment.
Of course, the Canterbury team, as we said, the young guns, the under-19s, have been extremely well performed, every one of them, over the last few days. So they bring some great form into this. The likes of Jenna Borthwick already got a bag full of medals, along with Amelia Sykes, who can just bounce back and forth between both endurance and sprint events like Borthwick there, and has come out once again here to support her team. You got Sammy Donnelly, had a fine ride in the Kieran the last few nights, and ended up with the silver in that there. So they're going to be big challenges in this particular event here. The Southland combination haven't been together too much, with the fact that they're spread around the country with their various commitments, with the likes of their lead rider, Kirsty James, part of the endurance national squad, but they do come together at various times, and so with their professionalism, they know what they've got to do. They'll mould together very quickly, as we can see here in the same straight as the Canterbury combination. Doing the chase is Southland.
Well, over the halfway stage, and as we'd expect, the Southland team just travelling a couple of kilometres an hour faster. Both teams over 50 kilometres an hour now, 53 for Southland, 51 for Canterbury. But they know they're being chased. They've been given plenty of encouragement from the Canterbury crowd that are here supporting the Canterbury riders in this team's pursuit. Southland chasing the gold medal. They're also chasing a very good time. And they're starting to look a little bit, I thought they were a little bit ragged, but they've pulled it all back together. Now Southland looking smooth. Team all sitting nice and close together. Canterbury, they go down to 3 riders. So the Canterbury team, remember they're chasing the time of 4:41.920. Down the back, Southland in control at 54 kilometres an hour, 7 seconds, so they start to catch the Canterbury team. The Canterbury team will carry on for a time, I'm sure. Southland have taken the gold medal, but Canterbury will carry on. They're chasing the record time, 4:41.920. Southland, though, brilliant ride to lap them, take the gold medal. So 1,000 metres left for Canterbury. The gun went, so we'll just see. Now that rider maybe thought the race was over. I thought they might have carried on and gone for the time. We'll see what happens.
No, it looks like they've pulled them on up there as they start to ease up off the track. But a fine challenge there by the young quartet from Canterbury. But no doubt about the winners, folks. They come from South and they're on their home track. Kirsty James, Nicole Shields, Emily Patterson and Riley McMullen are your 2021 champions here in the Women's Elite Under-19 Team Pursuits. Well, that'll certainly make the patron of cycling Southland, Tony Ineson, just arrived in the stand. He's turned up on the right day, Dell, to see the province of Southland come out on the first race of the day here for the gold medal to take out the title. A lot of great team racing coming up here on the cards throughout the rest of this afternoon. As we said earlier on, about 3.5 hours worth of racing here. A couple of eliminations in the mix as well as a points race.
Well, a little unfortunate for Canterbury. They were on for a very good ride. So we'll be moving now to the Under-19 and Elite Men's Teams Pursuit final. And the ride for the bronze, Waikato Bay of Plenty Black will verse Waikato Bay of Plenty White. So in the front straight, it's the team of Kian Watts, Daniel Bridgewater, Zach Williams and Zach Patterson. On the other side, we have Oliver Watson-Palmer, Matthew Davis, Kyle Atkin, Jack Gillingham. So again, in qualifying, a reasonable difference between these two teams, but it's who backs up best and who can keep it together. So again, a young combination, an under-19 combination on the back straight. And the experience of Kian Watts, Zach Williams, with Zach Patterson in there, who's had an outstanding championship riding in the black team. So the riders race together fairly often. Kian Watts, not so much these days as he's busy with his road commitments with the Black Spoke Pro Cycling Academy. Of course, a junior world champion on the track. So when you slot back in, and when you've been at that level, you slot back into something like this, just like you did it yesterday. So we look at the back straight team. There's the front straight. Kian Watts in 2. Zach Patterson in 3. Riders getting ready, they're watching the countdown. Matthew Davis has a little eye on the counter, gets himself set. So we see Waikato Black roll away from the start line, both teams away safely on both sides of the track. So I think the challenge here, Julian's going to be for the young team of Oliver Watson-Palmer, Matthew Davis, Kyle Atkin and Jack Gillingham to hold off the more senior teammates for as long as possible in this ride-off for the bronze medal.
Absolutely agreed, and they've got a bit of a mix there of some enduros and sprinters in the combinations here, so we'll see how they both, those sort of riders will handle it coming together. Of course, they had that opportunity this morning just to fine-tune things, try out a bit of a plan of attack, so they would have gone back, look at the splits there, so they may mix it up a little bit. As we see straight away, a big capture going to happen very early on. They've just gone out of the blocks here, and one of the Waikato combinations, they're going to say goodbye just like that. She's all over. They aren't going to muck around. I think it's the shortest team's pursuit we've ever commentated on.
Well, I think so, 52.9 seconds. So they went out of the blocks, and maybe that was, with the racing to come, they wanted to get over and done with. A lot of the riders in the endurance races later on, particularly the men. Kian Watts will be in the points race. So we'll have a look. They actually having a little bit of a look at each other going, that didn't go quite as we expected.
Yeah, starting to wonder if we're looking at the wrong start sheet. We're actually doing a team sprint the way that went. But the riders don't know what they're up about. So at the end, of course, as you said, there's a bit of racing still to come. So she's all over very quickly, and they'll start adding those names for the medal ceremonies. Of course, there's a few of those throughout the afternoon's racing as well. As we now invite the next two teams up onto the track. A few more minutes ahead of what they expected. It'll be the Southland combination of Nick Kirkazoo, Tom Sexton, Hamish Keast and Corbin Strong. They'll be in the home straight as the fastest qualifier this morning. Up against very good combination from Canterbury with Hugo Jones, Josh Scott, Ryan McLeod and Jonty Harris.
Well, nothing between these two teams in qualifying this morning. Both rode very controlled rides and I think kept something in the tank. If you just joined us on Sky Sport Next, Dale Woodford and Julian Einarson calling the action on this final session of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Cycling Championships. This is the men's Elite and Under 19 4,000 metre teams pursuit final. And teams were cruising fairly comfortably, both these teams this morning. Very low 4-minute rides.
Yes, you're right. I think it was very controlled by the two teams there, just doing what they needed to ensure they made it through to the finals. Well, I know one rider in particular down there in the Southland team, Nick Kirkers, will be quite happy that they're a little bit ahead of schedule here. He's got a flight to catch around 4 o'clock this afternoon. There's a few of them. We'll be heading out later on this evening to head up for some road racing tomorrow as part of the North Island series. In the meantime, they're all focused here for what could be potentially record-breaking sort of time. Some very good times being set this morning here in this men's elite and under 19s teams pursuits.
So low 4s this morning. The time at the championship record. We'll just wait for the countdown. They're underway. They'll be chasing a record time of 3:58.176, held by Southland, Eddie Dawkins, Nick Kirkazoo, Tom Sexton and Corbin Strong. So can they, in front of their home crowd, they set that time in Cambridge, but in front of their home crowd here, they'll be getting plenty of support. They're going to have to work hard though. They've got a very good Canterbury team. Hugo Jones, Josh Scott, Ryan McLeod, Jonty Harris. They've got a bit of a plan as well. So Canterbury looked strong this morning. They look comfortable on the track. Who's backed up? Who's got some petrol left in the system? Who can get a bit more out of themselves? They've had a big week of racing, but teams pursuit, a lot of pride on the line. Southland versus Canterbury.
Yes, they've met time and time again over the years, these two centres, when it comes to the pursuiting finals here, and it's nothing much in it between them at the moment. 0.7. Hugo Jones given the job to lead his team out here for the Canterbury combination, but they'll be well drilled. They know exactly what to do, as will the Southland combination. They check in with their coaches and their respective points. They're giving them the splits. If you hear things such as 4.8, it's 14.8 second laps. But they're getting even lower than that now. But Canterbury losing a rider very early on here, Dow. That may be the difference.
Yeah, very costly. Jonty Harris, he looked good in the qualifying this morning, but he got the change wrong completely on the banking. Just didn't get the arc right to come down and get onto the back wheel. So a big ask now for Hugo Jones, Josh Scott, Ryan McLeod up against this very slick Southland unit. Look at the change there, riding very, very smoothly, 58.2 kilometres an hour, and they've quickly gone out to 1.2 seconds over Canterbury. So Southland looking very good. The crowd, you can hear them cheer them on from where we're sitting, and the Southland team's travelling nicely. Canterbury won't go down without a fight. They'll regroup, and they will see some big turns being done, particularly by Hugo Jones and Josh Scott.
The Southlanders are doing the chase. They can just make out the red and the black disappearing out the other end of the straight here. It's 4 against 3 here as we approach 59.3 k an hour. 2.9 seconds to the advantage of the Southland combination, who have now peeled off Hamish Keast, who's done a great effort for them in the first half of the race here. It's now up to the endurance squad, the national squad members, to try and bring it home. It's 3 versus 3. Who's going to take it out? Will it be the home crowds that'll bring home the Southlanders?
Well, 59.9 kilometres an hour. Southland's advantage, 4.11 seconds. You need about 7 to catch them. Canterbury, though, they'll keep throwing everything at it. They're travelling at 58 kilometres an hour, so they're not hanging around. Sid Cumming on the inside, encouraging the Southland team, and they are absolutely flying around the boards here of the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome. Great conditions, the crowd's right behind them. They come up, they got 1,000 metres, 4 laps left. They're at 2:57.942, 60 kilometres an hour. That's from the standing start, the average speed. The Southland team's absolutely flying. They'll get 3 to go as they come down the home straight. Southland, almost 61 kilometres an hour. They've got Canterbury right in front of them. So they're going to go screaming past Canterbury. They'll just have to watch the change here, the court. So the Southland team, they take out the gold. But they're going to keep going. The Southland team, they've sat up. They just didn't get quite the catch just quite right to carry on. So no. Southland take the gold medal, lapping Canterbury.
Yes, it would have been interesting to see if the combination there could have carried it on, but just very challenging is to get round the outside there of the Canterbury team. But they've done what they came out to do. Plan A, that's to take out this title once again. A fantastic effort indeed by Nick Kirkazoo, Tom Sexton, Hamish Keast and Corbin Strong to take it out over Canterbury's Jones, Scott, McLeod and Harris. Folks, would you give it up for your 2021 champions, Southland?
Well, fantastic ride by Southland, and the way the speed was building, they were heading towards over 61 kilometres an hour, which of course would have got them very, very close to the record. But all you have to do is win the race. Coming up, we'll have the award ceremonies for the team's pursuits. Thanks very much for joining us on Sky Sport Next. Exciting start to the program, a lot of great racing to come. A massive amount of support here in Southland for the National Championships. Their home riders have been performing very well at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships. In about 3 weeks' time, maybe even slightly less, we'll be up in Cambridge for the Age Group Championships. We'll have the Under 17, Under 15s battling it out for their titles with some Masters racing as well. I'm sure we'll see some more fast times. It's been great to see the young riders who've come through under 17 stepping up into the under 19 competition. The standard continues to build and grow. Hopefully I can get Aidan Ralston to pop up and give us his thoughts on the championships and how the team's pursuits and what's impressed him most throughout the championships. If he comes up and gets, if he gets 5 minutes spare to join us in the commentary box. And all the riders, of course, with so much going on, busy program, as Julian mentioned. Some of the riders jumping on a flight as soon as they're off the bike and heading up to the North Island for the Dynamo Team Series. They've just got in the door and you're watching on Sky Sport Next. The next events on the program are the Women's Under 19 Team Sprint, followed by the Under 19 Men, and then the same with the Women's Elite Team Sprint and Men's Team Sprint finals. Final races on the program to end the National Championships. The Women's Elite Points Race Final, the Men Elite's Points Race Final, the final event over 30 kilometres. We also have the Under 19 Men's and Women's Elimination races. Two of the most exciting races. If you tuned in last night or you're here in the stadium, the race for the back of the field, if you like. The last rider across the line gets eliminated. Really exciting to watch. They're just waiting for the teams. They're starting to assemble. We can see them in the shot just getting set up for the presentation. The Olympic team here at these championships, an Olympic year, it's really added a real edge to them, and it's been exciting to see how well they're going. Different riders at different stages of their preparation. Young Sean Fulton had an outstanding championships, taking out the time trial, the sprint and the Kieran. So the clean sweep of sprint events. Aaron Gate, in his individual pursuit, set the third fastest time of all time when he rode 4:08, not just once, but twice. So he goes down as the third fastest man in history right now, and I'm sure if he was a little bit fresher, he would go very close to being the second fastest man, just a couple of seconds off Lambie of the USA, who's at 4:06. Garnier's a little bit further away at 4:01. But I guess when they did those rides, they hadn't had a program like Aaron Gates had over the last few days. He'll be on the track in the final event, the men's points race. As I mentioned, Corbin Strong will be wearing the rainbow bands, I think for the first time on his home track. I know he's very excited about that, but he's going to have a battle on his hands. I think at a quick calculation, there's 6. We're counting Corbin as current world champion, 6 former world champions on the start line. So great shot of the trophies. Some great names on some of those trophies. If the riders that win them have a look through. So we're just waiting for everything to be set, and we'll have the first of the presentations. 2 in total. It'll be for the Elite and Under 19 Women's Teams Pursuit, Elite and Under 19 Men's Teams Pursuit. The bronze, silver and gold medals will be handed out. If you've missed the earlier programs, or you've been in the stadium and you want to go home and see it all again, that's no problem. Just go on to Sky Sport Next. You will find all the evening sessions that we covered. There's the Auckland team getting a photograph. Olivia Ray, Amy Blackmore. It's fairly warm down there in this stadium. So just about set for the medal presentations. About the little bit of delay. Those watching at home, don't go away though. So I've just been informed that during this afternoon's program we will see the Elite Women's Team Sprint and the Elite Men's Team Sprint have a little bit of a go on the track, bit of a demonstration. Okay, so it's under 19s, showing some up and... We're just going to cross over to Julian Einarson for the medal presentations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships. Under-19 Women's Team Pursuit will now take place. The trophy to be presented by Erin Criglington, Vice President of Cycling New Zealand Road and Track Council. To receive the Lynn Murphy Trophy for the Under-19s representing Canterbury, Jenna Borthwick, Michaela Grant, Amelia Sykes and Charlotte Spurway. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the winners of the 2021 Vantage Elite Under-19 Track National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships Women's 4,000 metre Teams Pursuit will now take place. The medals once again to be presented by Erin Criglington. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Amy Blackmore, B. Townsend, Georgia Cloth and Olivia Ray, representing Auckland's. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Canterbury, Samantha Donnelly, Jenna Borthwick, Michaela Grant and Amelia Sykes and Charlotte Spurway. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Women's 4,000 metre Teams Pursuit National Champion, representing Southlands, Kirsty James, Nicole Shields, Emily Patterson and Riley McMullen. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships Under-19 Men's Teams Pursuit will now take place. The winners to receive the Jim Guest Trophy. In first place, national champions representing Waikato Bay of Plenty White, Oliver Watson Palmer, Matthew Davis, Kyle Aiken and Jack Gillingham. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the winners of the 2021 Vantage Elite Under-19 Track National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships Men's 4,000 metre Teams Pursuit will now take place. Medals once again to be presented by Erin Cridlington, Vice President of CNZ Road and Track. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Kian Watts, Daniel Bridgewater, Zach Williams and Zach Patterson. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Canterbury, Hugo Jones, Josh Scott, Ryan McLeod and Jonty Harris. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Men's 4,000 metre Teams Pursuit National Champion, representing Southlands, Hamish Keast, Corbin Strong, Tom Sexton and Nick Kirkazoo. And the champions to receive the A.W. Gooder Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships. Well, good afternoon, folks. We're very fortunate to have the winning Southland team here for the Elite Teams Pursuit. And Kirsty James, you've drawn the short straw. You're going to have to talk to me here and tell us how it all transpired here for the team today.
Well, unfortunately, the Waikato team this morning had a bit of a crash, so we were really hoping to have another team to ride against. But our team had a really good ride this evening. We're really proud of how we rode consistently and we all worked together. So I think it's our first win in about 5 years for Cycling Southland. So I think it's really good for the club and we're really happy.
And we mentioned earlier on in the commentary, of course, it's for a quartet here. You're not typically all together a lot of the year. So to come together and do this is another big lift for the team.
Yeah, our first ride together was actually in the track warm-up this morning. So I think, yeah, we just gelled really nicely. It felt like a really good, consistent team pursuit. And so, yeah, I don't think we could have asked for much more.
Well, congratulations to the team, folks. Would you put your hands together for the winners of the Elite Women's Teams Pursuit Cycling Southlands? So joining us here are members of the Cycling Southland team for the Elite Men's Teams Pursuit, the winners for 2021. And Tom Sexton, on behalf of the team here, you must be very pleased with the result.
Yeah, it's always good to throw together a Southland team and, to pull off the national champ win. It's, it's pretty cool and, yeah, it's
it's just nice winning in front of our home crowd, isn't it?
Absolutely, and of course you had a good challenge though from the Canterbury team. Of course this morning some very good time set.
Yeah, definitely. We didn't know how they'd come out in the final, and we knew they'd give us a good run for the money. But you know, we gave it our all out there and came away with the catch. So yeah, that was real cool.
And plenty of support from the home crowd. Always good for you guys that have been based up in the elite ranks up in Cambridge to come home.
Yeah, definitely. It's cool to race in front of a home crowd and get that home cheer. Yeah, it's really great.
Well, congratulations, guys. Folks, would you put your hands together for the members of the Cycling Southland champions of the Elite Men's Team Pursuits.
Well, thanks very much to those teams Pursuit. We're going to move into the Team Sprint, under 19 Women's Team Sprint final. First up will be the ride for the bronze medal. Southland Gold up against Canterbury Red. Alana Breen, Kira Kelly, Riley Ackroyd for Southland. For Canterbury, Samantha Walker, Caitlin Murray, Madison Lowry. We'll also have a little bit later in the program, maybe after the team sprints. I just haven't had exactly when in the program confirmed. We're going to have a demonstration, right? We're going to get young Kao Lart to come in with a couple of our high performance team sprinters, Callum Saunders, Jordan Castle, so the young under 19-year-old sprint champion can experience what it's like riding with the big boys. That's going to be something to look out for. What sort of time will they be able to produce with young Kao Lart, his Tasman teammate Callum Saunders, and West Coast North Island's Jordan Castle. They'll be doing, we'll call it a demonstration, but it's really a time trial for them to see how fast they can go and see how Kao Lart handles riding with the elite men. So Southland will be starting in the front straight, Canterbury in the back straight. This morning was the first time we'd seen the women's team sprint with 3 riders. Of course, the men have always been 3. The women up until now have been 2 in the team sprint competition. Russell Ainsworth talking to the Canterbury riders. South, extremely good sprinter. So Southland Gold up against Canterbury Red. 3 laps of the track, 750 metres, 1 lap on each rider. So each rider must complete the lap. So the rider in second or third position, and when it's their turn, they cannot overtake the rider in front of them before they cross that black line. So the Southland Gold team underway. Alana Breen, Kira Kelly, Riley Ackroyd up against Samantha Walker, Caitlin Murray, Madison Lowry. So you can see the importance of getting on the third rider. They would sometimes take a little bit to get into the slipstream and settle down. You want to get there as early as possible because the last thing you want to do is ride a 750 metre time trial. 1.4 seconds between them at this stage of the race. And the Southland team looking very good. They've certainly got it dialed in, but it's going to come down to what the third rider can do. Of course, these riders may not have experienced that before. Southland, though, looking good for the bronze medal. The team, Southland Gold. They come down to the line. It's going to be a battle. Southland get there. 53.921. Southland take the bronze in the first of our finals for the under-19 women's team sprint at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships. So congratulations to Alana Breen, Kira Kelly, Riley Ackroyd. A very good ride. The starting gates will come out onto the track. Ken Lazenby just controlling the cable on the gate as he's done throughout the week. Coming up, the gold medal ride. Canterbury, the faster in qualifying, with their 3 of the members also riding the team's pursuit. Jenna Borthwick, Amelia Sykes, Michaela Grant is the team in the front straight. Waikato in the back straight, Sophie De Veers, Lily Kaywood. Jess Schuler is the starter, and Jess sort of put the team in to a very good position in the first lap in qualifying. They were faster than Canterbury for the first 2 laps, but then on the last lap it swapped around. Sorry, it's Prudence Fowler has come in for Waikato. There's been an update on my communique. So Sophie De Veers, Lily Kaywood, Prudence Fowler. So Waikato made a change. Canterbury stick with Borthwick, Sykes and Grant. Jenna Borthwick is starting. Riders set. Well, they're underway in the gold medal ride, under 19 Women's Team Sprint final, 750 metres, 3 laps, and we all know who's got the gold. Canterbury underway, Jenna Borthwick leading them off. Waikato pick up their lead right. Oh, a little bit of work to be done by wheel 3 for Canterbury. It's not really what you want to be off for a whole lap chasing to get on. Waikato are in the same situation though, Julian Einarson.
The place, these riders here, of course, some of them having to back up only moments ago on the podium for the team's pursuit, and now they jump back out there and get into this final and give it a nudge along. 250 metres to go, and there's not too much between them as they head into it. Who wants it the most? Who wants to take the national title away here? As we look to the splits, just over a second as they come to the lines, with only just over a quarter of a lap to go for the 2 teams. Oh, she was a tight one, but Waikato Bay of Plenty with a 52.326 over Canterbury Blacks 52.777.
Well, Canterbury left themselves a little bit much to do. There we go, confirming the times and the placings. It's a little bit quick on the screen for us. There we go. Waikato Bay Plenty Gold, 52.326. Canterbury Black, 52.777. Southland Gold, 53.921. And a Canterbury Red taking the 4th place. Well, of course, that'll be a new national record if it was the faster than the rides this morning, because this is the first time we've had this event at the National Championship. So congratulations to the Waikato team. The Women's Elite Team Sprint should be the next event on the program. It'll be between 74 and 75. We're going to have a special event. That's the event I mentioned earlier with Kao Lart being invited in to have a time trial with the big boys from the men's the men's team sprint program. Callum Saunders, Jordan Castle, Kao Lart, the under 19 rider, the under 19 national sprint champion, getting his opportunity with the elite men. So obviously Renee Wolf has seen there's something to gain out of running Kao Lart and with the big riders. So we've got Saunders, Castle and Lart. That's the order they're printed on the program. We'll see where they line up.
So event number 73 looks like getting on to the track here as we speak. The men's under 19 750 metre team sprint final. This is the ride for the bronze medal. We'll see a Waikato Black with Russell, Mann and Coltman. They're going to be the 3 that are going to represent Waikato Bay of Plenty. Meanwhile, in the back straights, Southland's Xavier Fraser with Reuben Heslip and Ronan Shearing. In the gold medal ride, we'll see the combination of Canterbury up against the Waikato Bay of Plenty white team. So again, already been through obviously the qualifying earlier on this morning, 10 o'clock, 2 sessions a day. And for some of these riders, they've been involved in the majority of the sessions. Quite relieved, a few of them talking to a number of them there to get to this final day. For some, they've just got stronger and stronger as the week's gone on. A few of them, though, just as we've seen in some of these team efforts, just starting to fatigue a little bit. these explosive efforts here for the team sprint. Under 19 men. Bronze medal rides. Waikato, Bay of Plenty Black and Southlands.
Silver in the individual sprint competition.
So Fraser for Southlands is going to lead them out. Relatively newcomer to the sport. And definitely his first national championships here up in the under 19 ranks. Well, they'll be looking for plenty of encouragement, but it's Waikato, Bay, Plenty Black here have gone up into the lead in the first 250 odd metres here. Currently 19.151. That is an impressive first lap here by the Waikato team. They're starting to nudge down into the top sort of times that you would expect from elite riders here. So it's Waikato, Bay have been well set up and they've continued to do so into the second one. Southland with a bit of time to try and make up. I don't think they're going to have enough real estate to do it though. It's 3.4 seconds. Waikato, Bay of Plenty Black team are fair flying here as they come to the line. They'll stop the clocks. 47.184. 47.184 for Waikato, Bay of Plenty. Southland a 50.772. But Waikato Black team, folks, put your hands together for them. They'll be the first team to go on to the podium for the bronze medal here in the under 19 men's team sprints.
We'll move on to the gold medal ride. Very good ride and a very good time for this young Waikato sprint team. Jared Mann, I think we might have another starter coming through. Although he will develop and get stronger, so his position won't be decided. You won't just classify him as a starter, certainly a starter right now, but that can certainly change over time as you grow and develop and get into the gym. So the ride for the gold medal, Canterbury the fastest qualifier with Ryan McLeod, Mikhail Van Hennigan, Mikhail Adu. Waikato Bay Plenty White, Ewan Cousins, Kyle Atkins, Liam Kavanagh. Kyle Atkin, Kavanagh and Cousins. In the back straight, Canterbury, McLeod, Van Hennigan and Adu.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch earlier today in the qualifying, and I've already noticed it with a few of these teams already, that a number of them opting to have the first rider in a slightly smaller gearing, and you can pretty much pick that straight away by the cadence. That's the revolutions of the pedals. And it's understandable why they've been a slightly smaller gearing, because of course they don't have any great advantage. They've got to get the team up and going from a standing start there in the gates. So just by putting them potentially on a slightly smaller gearing, they get over top of it quicker, because of course they've only got 250 metres with the other two. Get the drag on, get the slingshot off from the advantage of their rider in front of them. So it's plenty of tactics involved, even though it's straight out against the clock here. All those little technicalities could make the difference here for a team.
So underway, Adu gets Canterbury underway. There's going to be a restart. The gun goes, so rider may have pulled a wheel over. There's not a lot of room if you look at the frames between the disc wheel and the chain stay. We've seen it on a number of occasions, the effort going in for the start. And the wheel, the mechanic hasn't pulled it up quite tight enough. There he is. He'll just have to swing a little bit harder on the spanner, but the gap between the chainstay, that's the piece that runs from the crank towards the back wheel, and the frame and the wheel is very, very minimal. Some frames you get more space than the others on the Velo, depending on which wheel. There's very little gap, so you've only got to move it a mil or so, and it can be rubbing. And that's the last thing you want to do, is have that wheel working like a brake.
If you're ever going to see a pulled wheel too, Dale, I guess it's we've typically seen it time and time again, haven't we, in these sorts of events. The ones in which the power goes right into it, the amount of pressure that these top riders can produce going out of the blocks as they put everything into it. So something like the kilometre time trial, the 500 time trial, and of course the likes of the team sprints and even teams pursuits. This is the likely time if it was ever going to pull.
I think on the opening day in the 500 time trial, Auckland had 4 in one event. So riders just not taking care. So the mechanics do their bit, but it's also, as a rider, your responsibility to make sure your equipment's where it needs to be. Watching in the pits earlier, the riders on the national team, even though they've got their crew here, I've seen all the riders changing their own gears and checking their own bikes over. Whether you're an elite, it's a good lesson for up-and-coming riders. Don't just rely on mum, dad, or who's down there helping you. It's your responsibility to make sure things are done. And if you look over to the pits, or any time you're at the track where the New Zealand team is set up, you'll often see the riders working on their bikes and having a little look at things and discussing things with the mechanic. So we're set for the restart. This is the gold medal ride, the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships. It's event 73 on our program. Men's Team Sprint Final. Canterbury Adu on the inside. And then I think we've Van Hennigan and Ryan McLeod in 3. Lem Kavanagh starts for Waikato. Ewan Cousins in 2. Kyle Atkin at the top of the track. This time, well, Waikato are away safely. Canterbury also. So wheels done up and both teams underway. Both rider 3s looking pretty comfortable as well. Canterbury, though, their 3's got a bit of work to do. That's Ryan McLeod. He won't be worried too much about that. He rides into the ride. He'll get onto the back wheel of Mikkel Van Hennigan, who needs to do it shortly, though, because he's up for a 750-metre individual time trial right now. So Waikato with the advantage. Well, the clock didn't stop, but we'll see what happens as they go around. Waikato, I think, with the advantage. Yes, Canterbury with the advantage. Waikato pushing hard as the time is going to come down to the last riders. Waikato fighting back. Oh, the crowd's cheering. It's tight. Waikato take it. 48.174 versus 48.446. So just... yeah, that extra distance Ryan McLeod had to cover, chasing to get into the slipstream, very costly. So Waikato, they've done it again. Another win in the team sprint competition, 48.174. A couple of seconds outside the championship record of 46.715, but on the day, all you have to do is go fast enough to win the gold medal.
Yeah, some impressive speeds indeed there, some 56k an hour there for the riders. After a big week's worth of racing, they can still produce the massive wattage to get out of those blocks and get up to speed as quick as possible. But as we've seen time and time again here, if they can keep tight as a unit, makes a big difference for them. As we start heading towards our next of our events here, the Women's Elite 750-metre Team Sprint Final. First up, the bronze medal ride, we'll see the composites team of Rhiannon Dunn, Sian Fulton and Olivia Ray up against Southland Gold team of Kirsty James, Tyler Green and Tinky Venter. Then we move to the gold medal ride there between Waikato Bay of Plenty Gold, which will have King, Andrews and Anderson up against Southland Reds, Cumming, Marshall and Patterson. So a couple of good rides coming up here.
So there we go. We mentioned it earlier. The amendment to the program with Kao La being brought in to ride with the big boys. Jordan Castle in the middle, Callum Saunders on the outside. So it's a Tasman, West Coast, North Island combination. Kao Lart has been asked to start in this elite men's team. Jordan Castle rides wheel 2, Callum Saunders wheel 3. Renee Wolf, who is holding Callum Saunders, the high-performance men's sprint coach, has asked Kao Lart to come into this team to see what he can deliver, see what it feels like. Has a look at them, says, I hope you can get on my wheel, boys. So the young under-19 men's sprint champion getting his opportunity. Let's see what he can do over the standing lap. Jordan Castle, deep breath. He won't want to not get on the wheel. Callum Saunders, well, we know he will go home like a motorbike on the last lap. You think he has an accelerator in the handlebars, the way he kicks and goes. He's been in great form, meddling in the Kieran behind Sam Dakin. Jordan Castle also making that final. Keola, you can see the ankles twitching, puffing the cheeks out. This is his moment. Last big breath. He busts out of the gates. It's a good start from young Keola. Shoulders up, cheeks out. Now you just got to remember to take a breath. It's 250 metres. He's got away well. Jordan Castle into the slipstream, just sitting off a little bit as you usually do in wheel 2. Chases Keola. What's Keola's opening lap going to be? It's looking good. Rene Wolf carrying on. It's 18.9. It's a good opening lap for Keola. So Jordan Castle, mouth wide open down the back straight, trying to build on the start they got from young Keola. Swings up, Callum Saunders takes over the pace immediately, gets increased on that third ride, he kicks through out of the slipstream. Jordan Castle, Callum Saunders going down the back, comes into turn 3, he's got 100 metres to go, he's inside that now, comes down to the line, let's have a look, 45.442, just under 60 kilometres an hour. Well, a very good ride and a real experience and opportunity for Keola to feel what it's like to start, and he did a great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation of the composite team there. Saunders, Castle and Lart posting a very good time here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome as part of a demonstration team sprint. Fantastic opportunity to give a few of these riders the combination under the competition level here. Outside of training, do all the training in the world, but to be able to put it under pressure here with the crowd available. And a fine ride indeed to be in the 18-second range. Lart setting them up very nicely here in their 750 metre distance.
Well, no, okay, he'll go. We'll have a chat with Rene Wolf and go, well, that was okay, but I think I can go faster. Really great to see, and nice that to be given the opportunity in good conditions with the crowd and under a little bit of pressure to perform, because you can do it 100 times in training, but if you can't deliver it under pressure. So another composite team coming up onto the track in the home straight. Renan Dunn, Sian Fulton, Olivia Ray. The ride for the bronze medal against Southland Gold. Kirsty James, Tyler Green, Gertin Venter. So Olivia Ray is riding in 3. Sian Fulton in 2. And Dunn will be starting.
Certainly interesting to see with Olivia riding the steel frame bike that you've mentioned, Dow. Of course, for a number of these riders, a lot of these young riders, they wouldn't even know what a steel bike was. Of course, it was the stock standard for many years. And slowly carbon started to come in as part of the road and track bikes, particularly the front forks. And then all of a sudden it's just become stock standard, but she's proved well and truly that it's about the machine on top that produces the times. As the riders focus, ready for the countdown here. The ride for the bronze medal in the Women's Elite Team Sprint Final.
Dunn starting in the colours of Waikato. So Kirsty James gets Southland underway. The team's pursuit rider starting for the team sprint.
So the two teams now well and truly into it here as they wind things up. They'll stay out of the seat together and basically throw it down at the same sort of a time here to get the momentum. You'll notice they just don't slouch straight down into it. They'll throw the bike forward a bit to try and keep momentum going full speed. It's another wee bit of a technique to be able to do, but the composite team, they're looking pretty sharp here. They've just been thrown together, but I tell you what, they're doing an outstanding ride. Southland sitting in second posse at this point in time with 1 lap to go, and it's still the composites. They've got an advantage of 1.2 seconds as they hit 50k an hour. It's Olivia Ray that's going to bring them home. She's been on the podium a number of times at these championships. Is she about to add another one as they go to the line? And it will be the composite team at 50.278 over Southland Gold's 53.169. Winning it by 2.8 seconds over the Southland Gold team is the composite team, folks. Would you put your hands together for Dunn, Fulton and Ray taking the bronze medal here in the Women's Elite Team Sprint.
Well, you're just watching on Sky Sport Next and you wonder why there's some composite teams. It's because when you're Sian Fulton, you're the only rider from Tasman, and Olivia Ray likewise from Auckland to have a team sprint team. So it's good. Those watching on, the powers to be, can look at the riders in certain positions, see what sort of lap times they can produce, and it helps build depth in the program. And sees, as we mentioned, like with Kao riding under pressure with a crowd in competition conditions. So the gold medal ride coming up, the fastest qualifiers. They're on a roll here today in the sprint competition. Waikato Bay Plenty, Olivia King, Elise Andrews, Maya Anderson, Southland Red, Emma Cumming, Nicole Marshall, Emily Patterson. This will go down to the wire, I'm sure. Two very good teams. All riders mentioned have been performing so well at these national championships. Elise Andrews rides 2. Maya Anderson in 3. Olivia King, the starter for Waikato. Just gets the bike to where she wants it. For Southland. We'll have a bit of a close look, see if we can see Julian who's starting.
So Emma Cumming, I think by the looks of it, was the rider that's going to lead out for the Southland combination. Nicole Marshall in number 2 point. And Patterson will be riding as a third wheel.
Will be a good competition on the opening lap. King, Cumming. Because Cumming, a specialist at this when it was 2 persons on the track in the team sprint, and she gets out of the blocks well, but you don't want to get out too fast. Wheel 2's got a little bit of work to do, but it's a tough position to be in. Well, Waikato, they've taken a real flyer. Olivia King, she's got out of the blocks just a little bit too quick. Goes through a 19.6. That was a pretty good lap, all right, but a fair bit of work to do. So Olivia King showing what she can do out of the starting blocks. But Waikato, Elise Andrews too fast. They're just spread out. Maya Anderson is riding a 750 metre time trial. Southland are in control, Julian.
Yes, they've thrown the pressure onto them here. Waikato have broken up all over the shop. And Southland have got the advantage here. Can they make it work all the way to the line as they make their way down to their respective finishing points? And Southland will take it out with a 35.289.
So we'll have to wait for that. The timing stopped because it had them travelling at over 70 kilometres an hour. It was a good ride. It wasn't quite that fast. So the timing system just let us down there. We know that Southland, well, you can tell by the crowd, they took it. And we will have to wait till the results come up to confirm what the times were. But congratulations to Southland Red, Emma Cumming, Nicole Marshall, Emily Patterson.
And what a fair flyer by Olivia King, though, in that Waikato Bay Plenty team. Done a stunning first lap, but unfortunately the team just could not hold that together, and that just did not work in their favour whatsoever in the end, unfortunately for them. But Southland added another title here. Coming into that final as the second fastest qualifier.
Well, it is so much about control and planning and just getting it right. And Waikato, when you look at it, you go, Olivia King, she's fast, but she may have been better at wheel 2. Anderson may have been better at the start, even though she's a little bit slower. We had 2 flyers coming home. So we head into the men's 750 metre team sprint final. The ride for the bronze medal. Hayden Jack, Jacob Willis, Bradley Knight. Up against Wellington's Chris Watts, Russell Pepperell, Mike Thomas, who medalled last year at these championships with a very impressive ride. So they will go better than they went this morning, because I know Mike Thomas, he wasn't happy. Chris Watts wasn't happy with his start. It just didn't go to plan out of the starting gate. And they will be up against a very fast Southland combination. That's why they're in the front straight. Jack Willis and Bradley Knight.
So the New Zealand champs record of Ethan Mitchell, Sam Webster, Zach Williams. The Auckland combination securing a time of 43.900 back in 2017. Here in Invercargill. So just to give you a bit of a benchmark. Oceania record of 42.5. All comers record also the same, exactly the same combination. The real record sits at 41.225.
And you just wonder how fast they're going to go in Tokyo. They always seem to step it up a fair bit at the Olympics. We'll probably see a 40, maybe even slightly quicker. Hard to imagine. 3 laps. Being very precise on where the wheels go on the starting line. So just checks the bike in the starting gate that it's straight. It's where he wants it to be. The rider also want the angle to be right. We saw one of the riders earlier just moving it around. Steve Hurring's got the flag up. So Wellington are ready. Chris Watts, he's all set, just filling the lungs with air. So Sid's happy with the bike, and the Southland rider comes out. Bradley Knight rides in 2. Also, such a good starter, but you wouldn't be able to have him start. He'd just be too quick, Julian.
Absolutely. We've seen it time and time again over the years where coaching staff have had just rearranged a little bit there. They might have a very, very fast rider, but of course no point if they're going to disappear off the front and leave the remainder of the team behind. So there's a constant balancing act, and that can also change during the championships. Coming into the last day, who's still got the form, who's not feeling too fatigued, so they'll adjust things accordingly. It should be a good battle here between Southland and Wellington. So it looks like they've both got the nods.
Yeah, very good start this time by Chris Watts. He'll be much happier with that. Timing was perfect. So pressure on Southland now, Hayden Jack, but he's also a very good starter. But as we were talking about, Chris Watts and Hayden Jack, they both set their second riders up really well. They like to aim at the slipstream. Both teams getting it done perfectly. Look at it, 0.03 of a second between them as it sits on that opening lap. Wellington with the advantage, but look, it's under half a second, or under half a hundredth of a second. We're into the thousands. So what's Wellington going to be able to do? What's Southland going to be able to do on the last lap?
Wellington could upset the Southland combination here. They're looking very good indeed. Technically, they've done the right stuff as they go to the lines. It is Wellington, 48.100. Redemption for them after this morning. They weren't happy with the way things went for them, and they've come back to take it with a vengeance with Southland's 49.338. Folks, would you put your hands together for your bronze medal winners here? Wellington with Chris Watts, Russell Pepperell and Mike Thomas in the Elite Men's Team Sprint Final.
Well, fantastic. They did the same last year. These guys, they work full time. Cycling, they do it for fun. They come to the Nationals. They've been coming for a number of years, and they're just really good, great competitors, and they will be delighted to take that bronze medal at these Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships. We'll be heading into the gold medal ride. Waikato versus Canterbury. So, Jackson Ogle, Jaden Fleming, Patrick Clancy, Sebastian Lip, Josh Scott, Dylan Day. So qualifying between these two teams, there wasn't a massive amount between them. Dylan Day, Josh Scott, Sebastian Lip will be starting. Patrick Clancy, Jaden Fleming starts for Waikato. Then Clancy and Jackson Ogle, who picked up a medal in the Kieran. The Junior World medalist, Sebastian Lip. Well, it takes a lot of energy to get the gear going. Both teams away pretty well. Jaden Fleming gets Waikato underway. Lip, though, was the faster over the first half lap, but a fair bit of work to do for the last rider, but you don't have to worry about that. That's Josh Scott. He'll just get quicker. Patrick Clancy's flying, delivers Jackson Ogle. He's going to deliver him in good position. Let's have a look. They go through. Change number 2, rider 2. Who's going to have the advantage? Waikato by 900ths of a second. That's going to come down to the last rider, Jackson Ogle. He's got the mouth wide open. Josh Scott, he won't get any slower. He'll just continue to go faster. The team's pursuit. We come down to the line. We've got Canterbury. We'll wait and see if those times are correct. There wasn't 5 seconds between them. So they look across, and we will see. We'll wait till the result comes up. Just a few issues with the timing system. That was tight. Certainly like the qualifying this morning, it was going to come down to the last 2 riders on the track, the last man for each team. So the manual timer will come into play. The stopwatches, 3 stopwatches on each of the finish lines. There's Stephen Holdsworth just getting those. Mark Reynolds is the chief judge. And when that comes up on our screen, we will be able to tell you what the time is. You'll be able to see it on the graphic. So we'll just wait for the time for the men's team sprint final. It was tight between the 2 teams. Yeah, Wellington. Good to see their supporters delighted with the performance. And the bronze, we're waiting to see who's got the gold and silver. Of course, manual calculations to be done. There's Mark down there with the timing ladies. Tony Kulkul, he is getting himself ready for our next event on the program. It's the Under 19 Women's Elimination race. Julian's gone down to the infield. He's going to call the riders out for us. So I'll run through the start list for you in the Under 19 Women's Elimination race while we're waiting for those results. Amy Blackmore, B. Townsend, Georgia Cluth, Amelia Sykes, Charlotte Spurway, Jenna Borthwick, Caitlin Murray, Madison Lowry, Samantha Walker, Kira Kelly, Jasmine McLeod, Jessica Spencer, Riley Ackroyd, Keisha Anderson, Prudence Fowler. So Canterbury making up the bulk of the field with their outstanding group of Under 19 women riders. 6 riders they have in the start for the elimination. So if you just joined us on Sky Sport Next, Dale Woodford along with Julian Einerson bringing you the coverage from the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome here in Invercargill. The Elite Men's Elimination, I tell you what, that's going to be a long race. There is a maximum field. They'll be split on the rail and on the blue line. So that's going to be another super exciting race coming up after the Under 19 Women's Elimination. Then we have the 2 points races. The Elite Women's over 80 laps, 8 sprints. And the men's will be the final race on the program. The Elite Men's points race with world champion Corbin Strong. 120 laps, 12 sprints. It's going to be tough, aggressive, and fast. So there will be a very worthy winner of that. I think I roughly added up 6 current or former world champions. Corbin Strong being the current. He'll have the rainbow bands on. I know he's very excited to wear those. So we're still waiting for the results to come up on the screen. You can see that as well as me. So it's been an outstanding championships, a couple of real star performers of the championships. Sian Fulton winning all 3 elite sprint titles, taking the time trial, the individual sprint and the Kieran. She also won the 250 one lap, which was a non-championship event, so 4 starts, 4 wins for Sian Fulton. Aaron Gate, the other standout, with 2 4:08s, third fastest rides of all time in the 4,000 metre individual pursuit. He gets off his bike and he looks like he could just do it all again. So 2 of the real highlights at these Vantage Windows and Doors National Track Cycling Championships. Amelia Sykes' individual pursuit record as well. Another one of the great rides. Jack Carswell producing a good ride as well last night. Very good ride of the 3:14, and at some stage he will have a crack at the world record over probably the next 18 months. So a lot to be very excited about. The young talent coming through. So Julian's down in the infield. He's going to do the presentations. The riders are ready. I still haven't seen the results from the men's team sprint, but he will get underway with the presentations. So over to Julian Einarsson down in the infield.
Thanks, Dal. We're not too far away, just getting the last of the riders organised for lots of medal ceremonies here to present. Well, I think we're just about all set. We get the thumbs up. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite Under 19 Track National Championships Under 19 Women's 750 metre Team Sprint will now take place. And the medals will be presented by Paul Jesson, the first New Zealander to win a stage in a Grand Tour and former Tour of Southland champion. In 3rd place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Southland, Alana Breen, Kira Kelly and Riley Ackroyds. In 2nd place and winner of the silver medal, representing Canterbury, Michaela Grant, Jenna Borthwick and Amelia Sykes. In 1st place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Under-19 Women's Team Sprint National Champion, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Sophie De Vries, Jess Schuler, Lily Kaywood and Prudence Fowler. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2021 Vantage Elite Under-19 Track National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2021 Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships Under-19 Men's Team Sprint will now take place. The medals once again to be presented by Paul Jessen. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Hamish Coltman, Lewis Johnston, Jackson Russell and Jared Mann. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Canterbury, Michael Aju, Ryan McLeod and Michael Van Hannigan. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Under-19 Men's Team Sprint National Champion, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Liam Kavner, Ewan Cousins and Kyle Aiken. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2021 Vantage Elite Under-19 Track National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships Elite Women's Team Sprints. The medals once again to be presented by Paul Jessen, New Zealand's first ever winner of a stage in a Grand Tour in the Tour of Spain. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing the composite team, Olivia Ray, Sammy Donnelly, Rhiannon Dunn and Sian Fulton. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Maya Anderson, Olivia King and Elise Andrews. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Elite Women's Team Sprint National Champion, representing Southlands, Emily Patterson, Emma Cumming and Nicole Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships Elite Men's Team Sprint will now take place. Medals once again presented by Paul Jesson. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Wellington, Mike Thomas, Chris Watts and Russell Pepperell. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Canterbury, Dylan Day, Hugo Jones, Sebastian Lip and Josh Scott. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Elite Men's Team Sprint National Champion, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Patrick Clancy, Jackson Ogle and Jaden Fleming. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships. Well, folks, we're very fortunate to have here the Under-19 Team Sprint for the women, and that the champions, of course, Waikato Bay of Plenty. Well, congratulations on a fine ride.
Thank you so much.
So coming into this competition, did the four of you had much time together, or was it pretty much at the championships here?
Well, Jess, Sophie and I spend quite a bit of time training together, whereas me, Soph and Prue's from Auckland, obviously, so she doesn't get very much time to train with us.
And of course, you're quite used to an indoor velodrome up in Cambridge. Do you notice much of a difference here between the Southland Velodrome and up home?
Definitely a bit colder down here, but hey, it is what it is.
But plenty of heat in here today. It's very hot times indeed. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations, ladies, on a fantastic effort. They are the winners of the Under-19 Team Sprint. Folks, would you put your hands together for Waikato Bay of Plenty? Joining us now are the winners of the Under-19 Team Sprint, Waikato Bay of Plenty once again, and Kyle Aiken has drawn the short straw, is going to be talking on behalf of the team. Well, Kyle, a fantastic effort from all concerned.
Yeah, thank you. It was a real good competition out there. All the boys fought hard, lots of determination. It was a bit of an interesting one for us. We hadn't really trained too much together, but in the end, worked well. Bit of a stuff up with the teams, but you know, we're here now, got gold, so thank you.
And of course, for your whole entire centre, Waikato Bay of Plenty, they've been to the fore throughout the 4 days. They must be very pleased with themselves.
Oh yes, we were very happy with all our achievements that we've had right here. So yeah, now hoping to take out the elimination. I know some of the boys are up there, so I'm going to cheer them on, and hopefully they do well. Thank you.
Well, congratulations once again, folks. Would you put your hands together for Waikato Bay of Plenty, the winners of the Under-19 Men's Team Sprints. Joining us now is the Southland team, of course, the winners of the Elite Women's Team Sprint, and Emma Cumming. And that must be fantastic to be back in this team environment.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool to be able to represent Southland in front of a home crowd. So really cool to, I guess, finish the championship off with some up-and-coming sprinters and an endurance rider of the sport. So really cool to be able to put our Southland colours on and be in front of a home crowd. So thanks, guys, for that. Really appreciate your big cheers. And, yeah, thanks so much for coming down and helping us all out.
Well, congratulations, Southland, on a fantastic effort. Folks, would you put your hands together for the winners of the Elite Women's Team Sprints? Joining us now for the Elite Men's Team Sprint Champions, it is Waikato Bay Plenty, and we've got Jaden Fleming here going to be speaking on behalf of the team. Well, Jaden, you've got to be ecstatic with the way the result turned out.
Yeah, we're all really stoked. It's all of our first elite national title, so we're beyond stoked.
And some very good times being set by the various combinations out there over the day.
Yeah, we're definitely a little bit gutted we didn't get to race the demo team of Kaio, Geordie and Callum. They were riding epic through qualifying as well, but yeah, really stoked for them as well.
And a great way for you and the team here to finish off the championship.
Yeah, really always good to finish on a high note for sure.
Well, congratulations once again, folks. Would you put your hands together? They are the elite winners, Waikato Bay Plenty.
Here we go. The next event on the program is the Under-19 Women's Elimination. And the field, Amy Blackmore, B. Townsend, Georgia Cluth, Amelia Sykes, Charlotte Spurway, Jenna Borthwick, Madison Lowry, Samantha Walker, Kira Kelly, Jasmine McLeod, Jessica Spencer, Pearl Harris Blaine, Riley Ackroyd, Keisha Anderson. So if you weren't watching last night on Sky Sport Next, the elimination race, the action is at the back of the field. So every second lap, the last rider is eliminated. So the bell will go every time there's an elimination lap indicated. We go down to 2. So everybody's lined up on the rail. In the next race in the men's, we'll have some on the blue band down at the bottom and some starting up on the railing. Because it's such a big field. So the longer you're in the race, the more laps you cover. No one wants to get eliminated early. Keisha Anderson at the back there. She won't want to stay there. The neutral lap is often the hardest lap in an elimination race. It's a real battle to get to the front. They roll away. The starter will want them to be in a nice tight group as they come around. Julian's down on the infield with the judges, so he'll be calling the number of the rider eliminated, and it should also appear up on our screen. So the judges are right on the finish line looking across the track. Often riders think, oh, I'm safe, but the judges are watching the very end of the back wheel, so sometimes there's only tyres separating. They can refer to the camera if required. Bell goes to indicate the first of our eliminations coming up. 2 of the Auckland riders at the back. Georgia Cluth. Changes at Canterbury. You also got to watch on the inside of the track to see what happens. Keisha Anderson also playing with a little bit of danger in the middle. Yes, got a good sprint on her.
Rider 9090, Keisha Anderson. Waikato
Keisha
Bay
Anderson
Plenty.
pulled out. First rider eliminated. They'll go around. It's like not a neutral lap. In this race, you don't have to stay in the bunch. You can attack. You can ride off the front. And if you do that, you certainly won't be eliminated, but you'll use a fair bit of energy. And, they dice a little bit at the back. Looks like Samantha Walker just trying to cover a bit more of the track, covering more distance, but you do get the run off the banking as we see Pearl Harris Blaine having a look and go, oh, I might be stuck down here.
Rider 72, B. Townsend, Aucklands.
B. Townsend was the call. So she'll be disappointed. She's a very good bunch race rider, but you can just be caught out at the last moment in the elimination. Amy Blackmore, 71, just sitting high, just using the momentum of the track. Samantha Walker, and also look down on the inside. The rider stuck, 3 back on the inside on the pole line, can be a dangerous position.
Rider 78, Madison Lowry, Canterbury.
So Lowry from Canterbury comes out. Bell goes, so the field. No one's been brave enough to go off the front. The pace is reasonably steady as we see the Southland rider moving around the outside. Jess McLeod. So if you're going to go around, you want to go right round, drop in. You don't want to stay out 4 wide. It's a fair few more metres all the way on the high side round the track.
.80.80, Samantha Walker.
Samantha Walker. As a little look, she'll drop down. We go down to 2 riders in the elimination race. Jessica Spencer on the outside, just going to accelerate down the back, try and go round them. Position herself. Amy Blackmore will have to push her way through, does so, no worries.
85.85, Pearl Harrison Blaine, Southlands.
Another rider comes out. Every second lap, someone's eliminated. Nice riding on the front. Just controlling the tempo, controlling the position. Jenna Borthwick. Rides tempo on the front. Amelia Sykes. Just sitting 3 wide. Charlotte Spearway with the orange shoes. Canterbury send 3 riders to the front. They don't want to get caught out. The dive through the inside. I think that's Jessica Spencer. Hoping it's enough.
Rider 71, Amy Blackmore, Auckland, 71.
Amy Blackmore comes out and the race carries on at the front. It's getting a little bit interesting now. Swapped around the Canterbury riders. So Spurway, Borthwick, Sykes. The battle those at the back. They're fighting, switching, moving up and down the track. Out of the saddle. Oh, the Southland rider.
84.84, Jess Spencer, Southlands.
So Spencer getting caught out, just in the lowest part of the track. A late run from a teammate over the top, eliminating her. Be a little bit disappointed. She's a very good rider in a bunch situation. Was tucked up. So moving around the outside, Charlotte Spurway. 3 from Canterbury, 3 from Southland, 1 from Auckland. Who's going to stay in the elimination this time?
Rider 82, Kira Kelly, Southland, 82.
So Southland lose 1. Kelly comes out. Kira Kelly, 6 left. Georgia Cluth. In the blue for Auckland on the outside. She stayed high, stayed out of trouble. She'll be starting to get a little bit tired with the extra distance being covered. Borthwick staying near the front, staying low on the track. Moves around the outside, make sure she's safe.
Rider 75, Charlotte Spurway, Canterbury.
So Charlotte Spurway, Georgia Cluth just nipping her. There was about 2 tyre widths in that. Judge is right on the line, very good call. 3 medals, 5 riders now, 2 from Canterbury, 2 from Southland. Cluth winds up, round the back, doesn't want to get caught, wants to use the runoff off the banking. So the rider, one back, one down, and a little bit of bother on that inside.
Rider 83, Jazz McLeod, Southlands.
So McLeod, that was tight as well on the bottom. The Auckland rider survives, Georgia Cluth. 4 riders, 3 medals. An elimination lap coming up. But Georgia's fighting hard. Her head dropped a little bit, but you don't want to give up in the elimination. The others look over their shoulder. So she's going to take 4th place.
73, Georgia Cloth, Aucklands.
Georgia comes out. So Canterbury, Southland. 2 from Canterbury, 1 from Southland. Amelia Sykes on the inside with the orange shoes. Jenna Borthwick. Riley Ackroyd. Well, she's riding well, Riley Ackroyd. She's got the home crowd cheering. She's safe this time. Amelia Sykes takes the bronze.
74, Amelia Sykes, Canterbury.
So what can Riley Ackroyd do against Jenna Borthwick? The crowd, they're shouting. Borthwick moves up the track. Ackroyd, very good sprinter. Jenna Borthwick strong. Riley Ackroyd saw her looking, goes, well, I'll go long. I don't know if that's the best tactic against Jenna Borthwick because she's got the big diesel engine, but she's taken her opportunity. Ackroyd fighting hard on the inside. Jenna Borthwick, though, too strong, too classy. He's going to come around to take out the elimination race. Great riding by Jenna Borthwick. Riley Ackroyd takes the silver. Amelia Sykes the bronze medal. So another great ride by Canterbury's Jenna Borthwick. We go confirming the results. Jenna Borthwick, Riley Ackroyd, Amelia Sykes. Very fine 4th for Georgia Cluth, followed by Jazz McLeod, Charlotte Spurway, Kira Kelly, Jessica Spencer. The top 8 in the Under-19 Women's Elimination. You're watching the final day, final session of the Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships here in Invercargill. Well, the men's, it's going to be a lot more laps. There's going to be some tired legs. Well, depending when you're eliminated, if you're down to the last, you're going to have covered a fair amount of distance. Starting down, or starting up, we'll look at we're looking at the riders at the bottom, so we'll go in order. It's Redmond Connolly, Jonty Harris, McKelvin Hennigan, Jackson White, Morgan Byrie, Ronan Shearing, Kao La, Jack Gillingham, Matthew Davis, Zach Patterson, Dylan Cumming. Starting on the rail, Colours of Auckland. When they come up, they'll be making their way up to the fence. We'll have Edward Pawson, Darcy Saunders, Colin Drew, Ryan McLeod, Jonathan Fish, Ruben Heslop, James Lannigan, Ewan Cousins, Lewis Johnson, Oliver Watson Palmer. Event 77 of the 79 on the program. So Zach Patterson. So in all the races he starts a lot of races. His average placing is 2. It's not bad. Just in the bottom left of the screen. National Road Race Champion. He's had an outstanding track championships as well. We'll just wait for the Tasman rider, James Langan, to get his bike sorted. Starting on the rail, Edward Pawson, Darcy Saunders, Michaela Dew, Ryan McLeod, Jonathan Fish, Reuben Heslip, James Langan, Ewan Cousins, Lewis Johnson, Oliver Watson Palmer, as I mentioned, down on the blue band. Redmond Connolly, Jonty Harris, Michael Van Hennigan, Jackson White, Morgan Borry, Ronan Sheeran, Kao Lart, Jack Gillingham, Matthew Davis, Zach Patterson, Dylan Cumming. Well, they know the deal. It's the elimination. You can't hide at the back like Alan Dunn did. Starter gets this big field away. Maximum field in the under-19 men's elimination race at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 Track Championships. So we'll wait for the starter. He might ask them to go round again and group up. He's fired the gun, so he's happy. It's close enough. Like I say, the first lap's often one of the fastest in the elimination. Bell goes, the elimination starts straight away. You've got to be well warmed up. Ryan McLeod, he's going to use his strength. He's going to hope for a big run around the outside at the top with Redmond Connolly. Jack Gillingham sits inside.
110, Ryan McLeod, Canterbury.
So Ryan McLeod comes out. Well, he would have liked to go a long way deeper in this race. The big engine, but you didn't get the start. Sitting on the front in that very familiar orange helmet and the colours of Mid-South Canterbury. Jonathan Fish, Jackson White's in there. He'll have the black helmet. They're in the green and black. Jack Gillingham's in at the back of the field right now, just sitting in front of him, the Tasman rider.
$124. Jack Gillingham, Waikato Bay of Plenty.
Gillingham comes out. James Langan thought it might have been him. He's at the back at the moment, but the rider's in front, just sitting there. Zach Patterson just doing a good job on the inside. Jackson White staying tucked up. Edward Pawson's on the inside. One back, one in. A little bit of an attack off the front. Always a good move. You just go out and get yourself out of trouble. You don't want to light all the matches in the pack, but it keeps you in the race for a whole lot longer.
118, James Langham, Tasman.
Tasman lose the rider. Jonathan Fish just drifting through the back. Edward Pawson decides to bring himself up onto the outside. Good move. Lewis Johnson at the back along with Redmond Connolly. The West Coast North Island rider, Dylan Cumming as well. Well, Fish could be in a spot of bother down on the inside.
128.
So Lewis Johnson, 128 gets called out. Waikato Bay of Plenty. Fish moves up onto the outside and the orange helmet just makes his way around. Redmond Connolly going after him. Pawson's looking comfortable. Patterson sits outside and on the wheel of Edward Pawson. There's Patterson in the white helmet. Jackson White right down inside, three back and on the pole line. Jonathan Fish in the orange helmet moving up, sitting midfield.
133.
Coming from West Coast North Island comes out. It's a long way to go in the elimination race. Redmond Connolly sits at the back. Patterson at the front. Bell goes. Kolar sits midfield. We haven't had to mention him. It's always a good sign. Same with Ronan Sheeran, but he's looking. Ewan Cousin moves around. Jonathan Fish moves around. Connolly looks in a little bit of bother at the back. He goes, well, I've got the inside, but it could be the kiss of death.
Right, a 105. Redmond Connolly, Auckland's.
Yeah, it looks attractive. The shortest way around the track, but not always in the elimination. And he comes out. Michaela Dew He's the man on the back at the moment. His Jonty Harris moves through to the front. Fish sits outside him on the outside. Working hard to try and get onto the back and get over the top of somebody, or use the bank and get the run off.
One.
So the call 1-1-1. That's Jackson White. Well, Jackson White down on the inside has got the call to be eliminated. So Jonathan Fish moves over the top of his teammate, has a look up and goes, well, I'm at the back now. I won't want to stay there for too long. Sitting outside him, Ewan Cousins.
Yeah. 1-2-1.
So Cousins, he comes out. The pace just being picked up. So Jonathan Fish at the back, he'll use his speed if he can to kick around and over the top. It's getting tense, it's getting tight in the elimination. Everyone's fighting for position.
1-1-2.
So Hamish Coltman comes out, 1-1-2. Sorry, 1-1-2. Jonathan Fish. Coltman sits comfortable midfield. Zach Patterson moves to the back, but he'll just move around the outside. There he goes. Kyo Lart's looking comfortable as well. Midfield, positioning himself well. Just moves around, just with the least amount of energy possible. A little bit of an ooh from the crowd. Bump and push. Jonty Harris goes through. He's safe.
109.
The 109 and McAlvin Hennigan. So the bell will go next time. There's no rest in the elimination. It's a long way. Edward Pawson riding a very good race, very intelligent race. Along with Kyo Lart, we haven't had to talk about them too much. Zach Patterson as well. Staying hidden. Ronan Shearing also. The thing in the elimination, you don't have to be seen. It's always a good thing. You don't want to be seen to about 4 to go.
114. 114.
Ruben Heslop is number 114. The Southland rider comes out. Adu sits at the back. A few come down, bit of a tumble. The neutral will come out. They'll bring out the yellow flag. So a tip of wheels, it's tight. So the flag comes out, the race is neutralised. They'll ride around just the blue line. Good chance for the riders to suck in a few deep breaths. All the others, they'll get the bikes checked, they'll pick themselves up. If they can rejoin the race, they'll be able to. The race is under neutral. The couple from Waikato down there. Darcy Saunders as well, he's up on his feet. Oliver Watson-Palmer bounces up. And the riders, it didn't come down, just rolling around the track. Well, Glenn Thompson inspects the track, gets out the duct tape, patches up any little grooves or splinters. It's been a pretty good track championships, not too many mishaps. Track hasn't had too much of a beating. Built in 2006, it's still in very good condition. Matthew Davis just swinging the arms, looking okay. And Dad will be relieved. No doubt tuning in on Sky Sport Next. Matthew's been riding exceptionally well at the championships. Hadn't had to talk about him in the elimination, so he was doing everything right, tucked up, hidden. But that can change quite quickly with a tip. And they come down quite fast. But they're all up and about, the mechanics. Checking the bikes, of course the carbon fibre. You always got to check the frame and make sure everything's okay. Looks like that one needs a wheel change with a flat tyre. track being taped. And working flat out there, just checking things. Commonwealth Games points race champion, winner of the junior points race. He presented the medals last night. He won it in, well, I think it was 1998. He's saying at lunchtime today, it was pretty cool, thinking back 30 years. Oliver Watson-Palmer just being checked out, but he's looking pretty good. Got a hole in the skin suit. So the race is still under neutral. The starter has the yellow flag out, indicating the race. He's got the gun up. They will restart. So those that have been able to rejoin have rejoined, and no, I think most of the riders that have come down are out. 7 riders left, 14 more laps. We're going to go down to 2. This is the Under 19 Men's Elimination race. Edward Pawson, Zach Patterson, they're on the front. Morgan Borry riding very well. Southland, he's at the back, the tall figure at the back. The dude just goes around the outside. They have a little look at each other. That's how the wheels can tip.
113, 113.
There's Borry just saying, hey, told us, said he was riding well. Sorry, mate, the kiss of death. And out he comes. So Edward Pawson, Zach Patterson, Ko Lart, John T. Harris, Michaela Dew. Ronan Sheeran has a little look over his shoulder. He'll want to push his way out of there.
.108.
So he knew it before the call was made. Michaela Dew comes out. 5 riders. 3 medals in the elimination. Is getting down to the business end. These riders have done well to survive. Ronan Sheeran's been riding a good race. He's at the back. Ko Lart, Edward Pawson sits in 3rd. Zach Patterson, John T. Harris. So Ko Lart, he's got a big kick. You don't want to play games with him at the back of the field. Edward Pawson might have to push his way up, muscle through if he can.
101. Edward Pawson, Auckland.
So the Auckland rider comes out, very fine 5th, rode a great race. And a little disruption. Well, some of the other riders who may have been feeling that are not positioned. 4 left, Ko Lart. So this is when you have to know how to sprint. So it's a sprint endurance. Ko Lart, he's stayed tucked up. He's just watching at the back. He's playing with Ronan Sheeran at the back. You don't want to do that as well. You don't want to catch yourself out. So Ko Lart just comes around the outside. Ronan Sheeran, those making the big run. He knows the track well.
107. John T. Harris, Canterbury.
So John T. Harris was looking good, but out he comes. 3 left. Shearing rode well. Ko Lart, and that man Zach Patterson, he's in everything. He's on the front in the colours of Waikato. Shearing, Ko Lart, he's got family and fans in the crowd, as has Shearing. He's got a whole lot more. Zach Patterson. People will be tuned on online watching Zach Patterson on Sky Sport Next. Ronan Sheeran goes, I've got nothing left in the tank, so he settles for a very fine 3rd place in the bronze medal. At the Vantage leading under 19 track champs, we're down to 2 riders in the elimination. The sprinter, Ko Lart. It's a big endurance race for him up against
Southlands.
the kilo man, the road champion. He does everything well, Zach Patterson, but you'll know Ko Lart. This is match sprint situation. How many match sprints has Zach Patterson rode? Ko Lart, he won't want to take him lightly though, because Zach Patterson, if you get it wrong and go too early, saw him look the wrong way. So, but look at the strength of Zach Patterson. Ko Lart now, has he got the kick? Has he got anything left? Down the back straight, Zach Patterson. Zach Patterson kicks away from Ko Lart. Patterson's going to come around. He's going to take it out. He adds another title. Yeah, great sportsmanship from Ko Lart, acknowledging Zach Patterson. Well, it was a long race for Ko Lart. And the strength and endurance and speed of Zach Patterson. He takes out the elimination. Well, he's had a fine championships, Zach Patterson. We'll add him to the list of standouts. Those people sit back, take a bit of a breath after that. The under-19 men's elimination race, the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 Track Championships, coming into our final two events on the program. Event 78, the Elite Women's Points Race, 20-kilometre final, 80 laps, 8 sprints. So the Elite Women's Points Race final. Olivia Ray, Erin Downey, Samantha Donnelly, Holly Edmondson, Emily Patterson, Nicole Shields, Riley McMillan, Tyler Green. Ronnie Borther's on the start list, so they may be a scratching. She had a tumble in Team's Pursuit warm-up this morning. Courtney King, Hannah Quinlan. She is indeed. We will start from the top. I think there's no changes. Got a new start list. Olivia Ray, Erin Downey, Samantha Donnelly, Holly Edmonston, Emily Patterson, Kirsty James, Nicole Shields, Riley McMillan, Tyler Green, Courtney Kin, Hannah Quinlan, Maya Anderson are the riders that will be competing over the 80 laps. 8 sprints, a sprint every 10 laps. The points will be awarded 5, 3, 2 and 1. 5, 3, 2 and 1. Double points on the last sprint in the points race. If you gain a lap on the field, you get 20 points. If you lose a lap, you can stay in the race. You just go to -20, or if you've got 5, you'll drop to -15. Points are always added to or deducted to your total. Track just gets inspected after the tumble. And they'll be out with the bog next week, filling the holes, taking the tape off. We see the women's field rolling around on the infield. Some of the riders in the pits, they've had a busy few days in there. Kyo Lart, Olivia Ray, Riley McMillan just having a chat to each other. It's Maya Anderson and the medics. They haven't had too busy a time at the championships, which has been good. But just checking everybody out after the tumble. We won't be too far away from the start. The riders are still rolling around on the infield. So the final two races coming up at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 National Track Cycling Championships. Busy time. We have the National Mountain Bike Championships on in Christchurch at the moment as well. So there'll be some great racing up there with the cross country and downhill. Big fields are taking part in those races. So riders still rolling around, not quite sure what the hold up is, but we will just wait for the instructions like the riders when we still see them on the infield rolling around the cones down there. All riders will start on the fence, as the field is small enough for that to happen, but it's a quality field. So I'll go through the men's field as well. We'll go through it again before the start, but just while we've got a little bit of time, final event of the program, world champion Corbin Strong will be riding in the rainbow jersey. But he's got some challenges. Aaron Gate, Hugo Jones, Josh Scott, Regan Goff, Hamish Keast, Jacob Willis, Mark Stewart, Tom Sexton, Keegan Hornblow, Daniel Bridgewater, Kiam Watts, Campbell Stewart, Kane Croup, George Jackson, winner of the scratch race. So it's not going to be easy. You go through the list of riders that have won junior, senior world titles, the current world champions in there. It is sort of a who's who of the current generation, some of the best we've produced. And they'll all want to win the final race on the program, the Elite Men's Points Race, over 30 kilometres, 120 laps. We're waiting for the field to come up onto the track. Not as yet. They're still rolling around on the infield.
You're just scanning down those names for that men's elite points race. There's at least 10 I can see there. Just a quick scan through of riders who have won world titles, whether that's been in the team's pursuit or as individuals through the junior or the senior ranks. And in some cases, in both cases, they've done both the junior and the senior. Of course, junior under 19s have a junior world championships. Of course, they were held here in 2012. So we'll see the flags and some of the jerseys from the various teams around the outside of the track as part of the Heritage Trail here at SIT Zero Fees Velodrome here in Invercargill. Great to see so many people online too with the live chat, so give us a shout out who you would like to suggest could be taking the win here in the next two events, the final two events of this championship. Love to know your thoughts and also where you're watching this from here as we look to the confirmed results of the elimination. Of course, was a good ride there by Kyle Lart to take out the win from Zach Patterson and Southland's Ronan Shearing. By Harris, Pawson and Aju and Borry and Heslip, the top 8 in that under 19 men's elimination. And it looks like our riders are making their way up onto the railing here. And again, some very familiar names that we've been mentioning over the last few days. So from the points race, we just had a C8. That's one of the regulations from the commissaires to rider 132 has been relegated to second place. So Zach Patterson, rider 32, 132 I should say, has been relegated to second place for the men's under 19 points race. We'll get that confirmed. I think that might be the elimination. That was the message that's come through. If they could just confirm down the inside for us there, please, it'd be much appreciated. Rolling off now, event number 78, the Women's Elite Points Race Final, over 20 kilometres here. And there's a number of riders in here, Dal, that would certainly be to the fore. Bit of a tough one to sort of decide on. Of course, we know Olivia Ray has been in some very good form, and she quite enjoys a bit of a sprint during at the end. There's a few there that would be quite able to go off the front, such as McMullen.
Yeah, Riley McMullen, I really like the way she rides. She's had a great championship. She's got a lot of confidence from the team's pursuit and, of course, her medal in the scratch race. Holly Edmondson as well. Probably hasn't had quite the championships she would have liked. That's her at the front in the colours of Mid-South Canterbury. Olivia Ray, has she got anything else left in the tanks? Had an outstanding endurance campaign, but also lining up in the team sprint in the colours of Auckland. So it'll depend what happens in the race, what tactics, who attacks, who maybe tries to take a lap. I think Riley McMullen would be one of those riders who would like to try and take a lap, but also, you know, with so many strong riders, Edmondson, Ray,
Maya Anderson, of course, Waikato Bay of Plenty. Emily Patterson for Southlands, and that's a very well-performed rider, both on the short, sharp efforts and also in these sort of points races. A former Junior Worlds representative, silver medalist in the team's pursuit. So a bit of a mix here that could take this out, depending, of course, I think ultimately on how it's actually going to be raced, because as we've said time and time again in some of these races here, if they just decide to cruise it, and they'll allow the sprinters that opportunity to keep those legs as fresh as possible and come home every single time. But, of course, plenty of sprints up for grabs here. 8 sprints every 10 laps. And, of course, the double points at the end at the moment. Just quite happy to roll as a group.
Well, Kirsty James near the back of the field. I would have her as a big threat if she decides to go off the front. Kirsty James. But, you know, it's a very hard race to pick. We'll see what happens after the first sprint.
And welcome along to all those watching all the coverage from throughout the country.
Holly Edmondson, Olivia Ray going through, Nicole Shields. It's great to have so many people tuning in on Sky Sport Next, watching us at the Vantage Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships. You've tuned into what is the second to last event on the program. It's the Elite Women's Points Race, 80 laps, 8 sprints, 5, 3, 2 and 1. If you've just come on, we are coming in towards the first sprint. They'll get 72 next time they come past. The bell will ring at 71. Double points on the last. Who will be the first, Julian, to maybe try and take a lap?
Well, as you said, Kirsty James would certainly be one of those ones to try and do that sort of thing. And if you haven't seen a points race before, watch when they do have the sprints where riders position themselves. They won't necessarily burn all the matches trying to win the sprint, but just stay nice and handy and look for the easing of the pace after the sprint as they catch their breath. There's often that counter attack. Sometimes on deliberate, other times it just so happens as the riders roll up high onto the track, into the bell, indicating the first of the sprints, and it's Edmondson coming around in the Mid-South Canterbury colours. She was looking very focused down on the inside of the track earlier here for the warm-up as we go to Olivia Ray in that familiar style for Auckland. Comes cruising around, she'll pick up the maximum points. Pretty tight with Edmondson and one of the Southland riders there. That would be Kirsty James, I think, to potentially pick up the minor placings.
Well, Olivia Ray, we wondered if she had anything left in the legs, and there we go, confirming it. Ray, Shields, Edmondson and Patterson. She made it look easy in the first sprint. That's a little bit of a warning. If you want to get rid of Olivia Ray, you might have to make this very hard, very aggressive. Maya Anderson moves up. She's in the middle, or the second rider, with the 5-spoke wheel. Just in front of her, Hannah Quinlan. The 2 Waikato riders. Anderson drops down onto the inside. So Olivia Ray just moves herself to the back. Holly Edmondson looked really good. I was surprised Riley McMullen leaded that out from a couple to go. There's Holly Edmondson.
Nicole Shields of Southland keeping a close eye on things now. She's a rider we haven't really sort of mentioned at this point in time, but she sees her teammate McMullen go off the front. We did suggest this the sort of way that she likes to stir things on up, and it's been passed over to the green and the black colours of Mid-South Canterbury with Edmondson, who does a quick turn, heads up the track there, and we'll see who's going to be committed to try and keep McMullen in check here, and it looks like that will be Olivia Ray of Auckland that's determined to do that. She'll drag the field through to McMullen, just to see now if anyone now will do the counter attack as they get onto the back of her wheel. But they're more than happy now just to ease it off slightly here. So just testing the waters, just seeing if they can snap the rubber band early on with a few of these riders here. They'll be watching the reaction of each other as the surges go on to determine if it's worth going early or not.
Olivia Ray, very smart there, just saw the attack. She knows how dangerous Riley McMullen is, and went to the front, picked up the pace, brought it back, but got the speed of the group going, pulled up, and then someone else could just finish off and close the gap. So she's got a lot of support, Olivia Ray, of course, from the Raleigh cycling team. They'll be tuning in, watching, see if she can add yet another national title to what a great summer she's had here in New Zealand. We see Samantha Donnelly. Expect Samantha to start chipping away at some points shortly. The colours of Canterbury. Riley McMullen will keep looking. She'll just wait for another opportunity. There we go off the front. Holly Edmondson swings up, has a look. She'll be fairly well marked in this race. Sitting outside her, Kirsty James. Kirsty James just dropping into the third wheel. Olivia Ray starts to position herself. They got 62 on the board, so now they're starting to think about the second sprint. We'll just keep an eye on them as they move around the track. Olivia Ray sits in second wheel. They move up, so they might want her to lead it out, and they're lining up behind her. Holly Edmondson moves up into the middle of the track. Sitting inside is Samantha Donnelly. Big run coming around the outside. Riley McMullen, while she doesn't mind leading these sprints out, Olivia Ray straight away goes after her and wants to get onto the back wheel and into the slipstream. That's the way Olivia Ray rides. She doesn't ask for anyone else to do it. Riley McMullen leading it out. Olivia Ray sitting off for a little bit now. She'll make the big kick if she wants to, but she might just settle for the second point. She does. Riley McMullen takes the 5. Olivia Ray keeps the scoreboard ticking over. Who's going to make this? Is it going to be a counter from Emily Patterson? No, she looked like she might have gone, but decided just roll through, and it settles back down.
Yeah, it was interesting to note there as they started to stretch things out with McMullen. As we get confirmed results through, McMullen taking the win, Ray second, Donnelly third, and Patterson will pick up the 1 point for Southlands. But as they stretched it out there, I noticed a few riders just struggled a little bit in their particular sprints. The old fatigue factor might be just starting to catch up with 1 or 2 here after a big week of racing. And it's another one of the Southland riders who decide to go off the front. We look confirmed results so far. Olivia Ray leading on 8 points, McMullen on 5, Shields on 3. And it looks like Kirsty James, as we suggested, would have a bit of a nudge. And it's the Mid-South Canterbury rider, Edmondson, who's gone across to her. She looked like she was in a bit of a uncomfortable position there in that last sprint, but she'd prefer to be out in front likes of this. Now, if these two combine here, Doubt, this could be a very dangerous situation for the field.
Well, absolutely, Holly Edmondson. She'll work. Kirsty James, well, one of the riders I thought would definitely try to stretch this out and try and take a lap of the field. Olivia Ray, well, she just didn't panic, waited, saw if anyone was going to react, and the Auckland rider decides, well, I'm just going to get across. If I have to do it on my own, I will. So if they get together and they start to work, but she has got a lot of work to do. Riley McMullen, no, it's not McMullen on the wheel. It's another rider from Southland trying to go across. And they're working well, but they've got a fair bit of work to do. Holly Edmondson knows they've got the field in trouble. Kirsty James, it's a long way to go. There's still 54 laps when they come around past the finish line. It's Nicole Shields trying to go across. Nicole Shields is a Southland rider, but they've lost a little bit of ground. Well, they're holding it, but they're not getting across. Nicole Shields is looking up. Olivia Ray goes, I haven't got the legs. So she was just too far back. You don't see Olivia Ray caught out too often. This is a big move. Holly Edmondson, Kirsty James, they've got the gap. They're really putting the pressure on.
Yeah, it looks like the rubber band is snapped here for the ones that are doing the chasing. Shields desperately. She's in the middle of the track here and got nowhere to go. She has to make a decision. Can she commit to try and get herself right across or go back to the main field? It looks like she's just going to try to slowly but surely reel them in. The quicker she can, the better to recover. The head is buried. She'll be looking for some support to try and get up there, because then if you've got 2 from the same centre, it makes life very interesting indeed. But Edmondson and James, the 2 New Zealand representatives, have set sail here and open up a distinctive gap on the rest of the field, who don't seem to have a lot in the tank at this point in time.
What's really interesting here, Olivia Ray's gone back to the bunch, and it wouldn't be a bad tactic right now. Go back, slow it down, and get the lap lost as quickly as possible, and then it's all, even though you've lost a lap and they've gained 20 points, with the points she scored so far, she's still in the hunt in the bike race. Holly Edmondson goes through, kicks away, takes the 5. Kirsty James the 3, and Edmondson is going, well, I'm going to go on my own. I'm feeling pretty good. So Holly Edmondson, we'll just wait for the minor placings to come through, see what happens. So Holly Edmondson and Olivia Ray just on the back of the group, knows she's going to get lapped. Edmondson, James, so Kirsty James just also drifting back, and Holly Edmondson moves around. She's almost onto the back. She's only got to make contact with the back and she'll get the 20 points. This is a great ride. Ken Lazenby will be happy with that. The Mid-South Canterbury rider goes up, starts to take control of the points race. Almost on the back. Crowd claps. So there we go. She drifts around. She's on the back. So she's gained the 20 points.
So that'll certainly make a big difference to the overall point standing there. We see it now confirmed. Holly Edmondson onto 27. Olivia Ray sitting in second place on 8 points. Nicole Shields of Southland on 5. McMullen of Southland on 5. Patterson of Southland on 3. They are your top 5, followed by James and Donnelly. So a big change around there with Edmondson, but looks like the Southlander now. Kirsty James is nearly there to try and pick herself up the 20 points, and that will push her right up the leaders board as well. So a fantastic effort, and the Canterbury rider has taken advantage of this opportunity now. I think it might be Donnelly that's decided to head off the front. You've got also Erin Downey there for Canterbury in this combination. But she's decided to roll off as the fields take stock of the fact they've just had 2 riders lap them.
Yeah, well, a good opportunity, isn't it? The 2 riders, they might have lost a little bit of energy, but look at that. Holly Edmondson, she's on fire in this race. She goes, well, there's the gap. I'll go to the front. I don't want anyone to get away. Olivia Ray still quite high up. There's the points on the board. Edmondson on 27, James 23, Olivia Ray on 8, Nicole Shields, Riley McMullen on 5, Emily Patterson on 3, Samantha Donnelly on 2. We've got 43 laps on the board. Still a long way to go in the points race. Double points on the last as well. So Edmondson, Holly Edmonston, just doing what she needed to do. Saw a little bit of a danger. Goes, I'm still feeling all right as Riley McMullen. No, this is an aggressive race. Riley McMullen goes off the front now. The tool figure. And she's got the Canterbury rider with her, Samantha Donnelly. And everybody decides, well, we don't have to react right now. We're quite happy where things are. Olivia Ray goes, well, I'll try and get across. Samantha Donnelly gets some support from the crowd. Riley McMullen leads down the back. This has been a very aggressive race. There goes Olivia Ray. She's going to light a couple of matches out of the pack and try to get across. Edmondson just sits back, then the others do the work at the moment. Samantha Donnelly goes through. Riley McMullen, they'll keep working well. Olivia Ray, did she swing up? Yes, she did. She goes, well, they're all chasing, so I'll just have to relax. Samantha Donnelly, Riley McMullen, Olivia Ray taking the 2, keeps the scoreboard ticking over along with Emily Patterson.
So
4 sprints.
The field have headed up the track high. They've eased off a bit here and allowing that gap to continue to open. But the Canterbury rider, Donnelly, she's being very proactive indeed. She waited patiently early on in the piece and she's had a couple of wee nudges. There's again one of these Southland riders trying to get off the front, I think possibly James again. And she sneaks off and you can see the energy levels in the main field. They're feeling a bit deflated out there at the moment. Will we see another lapping off the field here? McMullen and Donnelly are certainly working well together. They forget about what colours they're wearing here. They'll unify and ensure that they can work together. If they can pick up the 20 points, all of a sudden she's opened it right up with 4 riders taking the lap.
Well, Kirsty James is the big danger here. Holly Edmondson knows that and has to go to the front. The rest of the field can say, well, you're in the lead. You've got to try and close it. But Kirsty James just sneaked off the front. If she can make contact with Donnelly, who leads down the back. They're almost on the length of the straight. We're going to have another couple of riders take some points, that's for sure, taking a lap. Riley McMullen's going to bring herself right into it. They're almost on the back. Oh, another great ride. Kirsty James, though, if they get them, they'll need to go straight past her, else James will be on 2. Olivia Ray goes, well, I'm not going to let you just lap me. So she's gone off the front. The catch hadn't been made. Edmondson goes, well, we'll get there. Kirsty James now hasn't quite got on the back. So the pressure's on, but she's smart enough to know I'm the front of the bike, well, not quite the front of the bike race. Olivia Ray goes through. If we want to have a look at where the front of the race is, you look at the starter. He's pointing at it down the back.
A very good ride there by James to get herself back into contention. These riders are really starting to put the pressure on. They're keeping the commissaires very busy here to determine the points as we see James now with 2 laps goes up to 43 points. McMullen on 28. Donnelly on 27, Edmondson on 27. So 4 riders now securing those extra bonus points by lapping the field, making life very interesting. But Kirsty James in the box seat now. She could wait patiently and just sit there for the remainder of the race and make sure she covers the main contenders. But knowing Kirsty, that's not the way she'll ride. They get more and more G'd up by the fact that they've taken laps out on the field, and you'll see them get very proactive on the front, as we've already seen earlier in the session.
Well, Olivia Ray leads down the back, but the response, Kirsty James in good form, goes through, has a look up. Donnelly follows her. With this group off the front, Olivia Ray has a look, gets the bell, 31 to go, gets out of her seat, goes, I'm going to keep the scoreboard ticking over because there's plenty of racing, there's plenty of time. Remember, there's double points on the last, so she knows she's not out of the medals. Maya Anderson doing the chase for the remainder of the group. Edmondson coming around the outside. Olivia Ray kicks hard. Go on, I'll give it to Edmondson from my angle on the outside. So we'll just see what the Judges bring up, so they move high on the track. Holly Edmondson, she may be playing another attack from high on the banking. Holly Edmondson, Olivia Ray, Nicole Shields. Maya Anderson gets the point on the board in 4th place. 29 to go. We'll just have a look. Where's the starter? Where's he pointing? They're all...
There's the update of the points on the board now, with Kirsty James still remaining firmly in the hot seat there at 43 points. Holly Edmondson now on 32 points. Riley McMullen 28. Sammy Donnelly of Canterbury 27. Olivia Ray of Auckland on 13. Shields on 7 and Emily Patterson on 4. So you can see Edmondson hasn't given this one up whatsoever. They're tough competitors, these top 4 or 5 are here. It could very much come down to that final sprint yet, and don't be surprised if we still see another lapping of the field here.
Well, they've got enough time to do so. 27 on the board as they go through the finish line. They have a little look. Time to recover. Another sprint. It's a little way off. We'll come down to 21. And time to take a few deep breaths. Olivia Ray's just on the tops. He's not looking too comfortable at the moment. So maybe after a big program is gone, that's it. Or maybe she has a slight problem with her bike. If she has, she can take a couple of laps out. She'll be indicating to the team. She just floats around to the back of the field. She's looking down. So we'll see as we go to the front. Kirsty James in control of the race. Donnelly will be thinking about, how do I score some points? Samantha Donnelly sits there in 4th place. Just 1 point behind Riley McMullen, so the other danger. And look who attacks. That's Holly Edmondson. Edmondson going off the front. So they're not going to lie down, are they? They're going to throw everything at each other. There's 24 on the boards if we're away to the next sprint.
And she split them up by the effort going off the front here. Who's got the reaction? Who's got the recovery time? As we look to it, looks like a couple of the Southlanders, one of the Canterbury riders in there in the mix as well, as they split themselves up into 3 or 4 groups. Every one of these surges will just take the pressure into the legs and make life very, very difficult for a 1 or 2 in there in that field. But McMullen, she's decided just to keep the pressure on there, and it's only Canterbury that's reacting.
Well, and Sammy Donnelly knows she's 1 point behind Riley McMullen, so has no choice but to go after her. 22 on the board, so Riley McMullen trying to get some more points. Sammy Donnelly chasing hard, and the group behind set up a little bit, so Donnelly will be just trying to hang on to that second position as they come around to get the bell. 21 to go, 5 points on offer. Riley McMullen wants the 5 points. She wants the bronze medal. She wants to go with the medal she got in the scratch race. Has a look over her shoulder. Samantha Donnelly's fighting hard, but here they come from the riders behind. Will she be able to hang on and pick up the points? Riley McMullen comes through, no problem. She's got 5. Oh, Samantha Donnelly did. She has a good ride. She dug deep to hang on for second.
Here, Donnelly is riding out of her skin in this particular ride here. She's covered all the key breaks here and is keeping herself well and truly in contention as we see the confirmed results. McMullen on 5, Donnelly 3, Nicole Shields on 2, and Hannah Quinlan on the 1 point. And we'll have the update of the overall in a few moments' time as McMullen heads up high onto the track. She's done what she needed to do. She looks back and she'll see the colours of her own centre coming up towards her. Kirsty James on the 43 points. Riley McMullen in second place on 33, just 1 point ahead of Holly Edmondson on 32. Sammy Donnelly on 30 points, Shields on 9, Patterson 4, and Quinlan on the 1 point. But now it's the Southland train on the front. The trio now have decided to go for it here, work together very hard. There's a wee group just in behind them chasing, and the one that's having to lead that is Edmondson of Mid-South Canterbury.
Well, good move from the Southland riders. They're all in contention and they'll work hard. They're pulling Holly Edmondson under a lot of pressure. Sid Cummings encouraging Donnelly needs to chase as well because Riley McMullen's up there. There's only 16 laps left in the points race, but what a race we've got on our hands. Southland. Kirsty James already taken 2 laps out of the field. Edmondson swings up, asks for a little bit of help from Samantha Donnelly. Riley McMullen working hard down the back. She might want to move up into the silver medal position if she can, but look, the others haven't given up. Donnelly swings up, and a little bit of a lull in the pace as the Southland trio working in teams pursuit formation. Riley McMillan follows the race leader, Kirsty James, and she's coming to this. Well, she was my pick, Julian, and what a ride by her.
Yeah, this trio doing a fantastic job. Of course, they'll make sure they share the workload very evenly here just to make life hard for the rest of the field. They're not going at 100%, but they're doing just enough to ensure that chasing field, if they do manage to catch them, have taken a fair bit of sting out of their legs. And of course, there's not a lot of unity further on back because, of course, all the mixtures of the different centres. They're going to have to throw that aside and determine if they want to get into the medal rounds here, they need to work together to try and catch this trio. But what a great sight to see. One centre with 3 riders off the front here, laying it down on this final race for them for the evening.
Yeah, so with 12 to go, just a reminder of the leaderboard. Kirsty James on 43, Riley McMillan on 33, Holly Edmonston on 32. She's not in this group. Samantha Donnelly in 4th place on 30. You can count the rest of them out of it at this stage. Kirsty James, what a performance from her. Such a great bunch race. Sib Cummings getting very excited as the Southland crew on the back straight. Holly Edmonston's under a lot of pressure to defend that 3rd place.
The 3 of them looking good, Dal. They're looking very, very good here as they continue to stretch things on out because that field, Edmondson's the one that's been put under the pressure. She's been given the role on the front there to try and chase it down, but it's 1 versus 3. As the Southlanders come on through, they'll share it through. McMillan looks like she picked up the points. Of course, the whole sharing of it, James will get the 3 points across the line. Nicole Shields the 2. This is going to go down to the wire. Can they hold out the chasing field? They're just over the length of a straight behind here with 1 sprint remaining and double points up for grabs.
Well, 9 to go. The crowd, well, if you paid your money to come in today, you've got a real treat on your hands as the Southland team. It's an individual points race, but they're working together. They're working for each other, but they're working for themselves as well. Kirsty James at the top of the leaderboard. Riley McMillan now up into 2nd place. Very fine ride. Holly Edmonston still hanging on into that 3rd place, 33 on 33 points. Samantha Donnelly on 32. Donnelly really needs to get up there to try and move above Holly Edmonston.
Yes, the battle further on back in that main field is truly on now. But it looks like the looks of the faces of a few, they're starting to fatigue a fair bit. With 7 laps to go, the trio of Southland continue to hold a decent distance on it here. They'll be more than comfortable to lap out all day, the 3 endurance riders from Southland. It's a bit like an extended team's pursuit for them, and they're working well together.
6 to go, so 6 more laps, and it looks like this is going to fight out the double points last sprint. Riley McMillan, Kirsty James, what a performance from Kirsty James. Took 2 laps on the field. Riley McMillan got the laps, got the 38 points. Holly Edmonston still on 33 in the bronze medal position. She's okay right now. There's still a point up for the 4th place, of course, and she'll be wanting to take that to just really cement her medal position. Sammy Donnelly somehow needs to try and get across to the front group and pick up some points without Holly Edmonston on her tail.
So Canterbury and Mid-South Canterbury now go to the front. They've waited and now have they left it too late? Will they have enough real estate available to try and shut it down? 1,000 metres, 4 laps available to do so. They are chasing the Southlanders even if they get on. Will they have the legs to do it? The double points up for grabs. The folks in the crowd here start to go wild for them and give them plenty of support with the chasers. Coming down to this final sprint to determine who will win this elite women's points race championship.
Well, if Holly Edmonston can get across, Samantha Donnelly's right back into that bronze medal position. Oh, there's some excitement in the crowd. Whistles being blown and the big cheers. Holly Edmonston, can she get across? She's nearly there. Samantha Donnelly swinging. Come on, bite the handlebar stand for a little bit longer. Hang on, Holly Edmonston makes contact. Has she or has she not? They come down the home straight. Almost, but not quite. The bell lap, it's on. Holly Edmonston just gets on to the back of them. Down the back, Riley McMillan fighting hard. Kirsty James, who dominates the points race, is going to come around and take maximum points. And with it, the title of points race champion, Kirsty James.
What an outstanding ride by the Southlanders there to take out those positions in that last sprint, which could make some further interesting results overall. Riley McMillan should hold on to the silver. And James, though, folks, would you put your hands together for Kirsty James of Southland, your 2021 Elite Women's Points Race champion. Well, Dal, what an outstanding points race we got to witness here. It was all on for young and old right from the get-go there, as every rider laid it out there in their final event of this championship.
Yeah, fantastic ride, Julian, and well, we've got one more to come. The elite men's, of course, coming up. That's going to be a race and a half with the world champion Corbin Strong. We've got some presentations coming up for the events we've just seen.
Well, confirmed for the final sprint there. Kirsty James hitting the 10 points, Riley McMullen the 6, Nicole Shields the 4, and Holly Edmondson of Mid-South Canterbury securing the 2 points. Event number 78, the Women's Elite Points Race Final here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome in Invercargill. We won't be too far away from the presentations. There's a great shot there of the winner, Kirsty James, to take out 2 laps on the fields. Huge effort indeed. They rode it to perfection. As we see a number of riders now either winding down after huge effort out there on the velodrome, and others getting ready now in the warm-up modes. Well, they have been for quite some time, some of them, for the elite men's points race. Our final competition, our final event here of the 4 days of this Vantage Elite Under 19 Track National Championships. Fantastic coverage here on skysportnext. Again, thanks to everyone that's tuned in over the last 4 days, and for the comments and feedback there on the live chat. Great to see so many people from throughout New Zealand and across the world, in fact, checking out all the coverage here of the Invercargill Velodrome, playing host to these New Zealand Track Championships. And fingers crossed we get to see a number of these riders in action in Tokyo later in the year. Just the fact we've got to see them in action, racing full stop, of course, a great privilege for the riders. They very much appreciated that fact, given the way the world is at this point in time. As we've mentioned time and time again, a number of countries unable to host various events due to their various lockdowns, etc. Of course, not too far away also from the age group track championships as well. About the 10th of March, they'll be hosted up in Cambridge in the indoor velodrome up there. And that is, of course, the under 15s, the under 17s, as well as all the various masters categories as well. So they're not too far away. Then they'll catch their breath, and a few weeks later, a number of these riders will then contest the Club Road Championships to be hosted in Rotorua. I know there's quite a few checking out the entries for the Fight for Yellow, the Vital Signs Fight for Yellow tour down here in the Deep South. Just after those track championships, held up around Gore and the Wyndham area over 2 days. A great preparation to get the road legs going. Check that out on cyclingsouth.org.nz. So the riders just getting finalised there. They'll just confirm all the results. Make sure they've got all the maths absolutely correct for it there. You can see a number of the bike boxes out already as riders completed their day's competition. Getting those all packed up and into the various boxes to head away in the trucks or away in the flights out of Invercargill. It's quite a mission just getting that all sorted, but they've got a lot of support crews for their teams. Number of volunteers, parents, etc. coming on down to assist their riders. A good sized crowd here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome today here for this final session. Of course, starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. They're away at 10 o'clock this morning, a number of them, of course, with their team qualifying. We saw already some great team sprint and team pursuit finals. So not too far away from that presentation.
So ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony at the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships Under-19 Women's Elimination will now take place. The medals will be presented by Tony Ineson, the patron of Cycling Southland. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Canterbury, Amelia Sykes. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Southland, Riley Ackroyd. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Under-19 Women's Elimination Champion, representing Canterbury, Jenna Borthwick. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your medal winners, Amelia Sykes, Riley Ackroyd, and your champion, Jenna Borthwick. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships Men's Under-19 Elimination Race will now take place. The medals will be presented by Tony Ineson, patron of Cycling Southland. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Southland, Ronan Shering. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Waikato Bay Plenty, Zach Patterson. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal and your 2021 Under-19 Men's Elimination National Champion, representing Tasman, K.O. Lart. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for your medal winners, Ronan Shering, Zach Patterson, your champion, K.O. Lart. So, ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships Elite Women's Team Sprint. Sorry, it's not the team sprint. Individual points combined, it is. Tony Ineson, patron of Cycling Southland, will present the award, and it goes to Tasman's Sian Fulton. These are the combined points of the time trial sprint IP points. Sian Fulton winning the time trial, the individual sprints, and the Kieran. She also received the Horowhenua Counties Central Challenge Cup. Well, with me is Jenna Borthwick. Jenna, an absolutely sensational championships. Congratulations on another brilliant ride.
Thank you.
How tough was it? You've had a big program.
My legs were pretty buggered coming into this last race. I wasn't even sure if I'd be able to push the gear I was riding, so I was actually pretty nervous before I started, but it all worked out in my favour, obviously.
It was a tough race, lots of aggression. You rode well, the team rode well. You've had an outstanding champs. Terry Jide, your parents, yourself must be delighted.
Yeah, it's awesome. It was so good riding for the Canterbury girls. Yeah.
Well, congratulations and all the best for what's coming up.
Thank you.
So I'm now with Kao La, the national champion in the elimination race. Kao, that was a heart-forward race, but you rode it perfectly.
Yeah, thank you. I love bunch racing. To be out there, doing something different for what I'm normally up to is absolutely awesome fun. And, the whole time I'm just laughing to myself, enjoying racing my bike, and it's why I'm here.
You had a great experience too in the team sprint with Jordan Castle and your teammate Callum Saunders.
Yeah, no, it was a really cool opportunity to get to do a demonstration ride with those boys. They're guys who I've looked up to for some time, so to be riding alongside them is an absolute dream.
We always say on the elimination as well, if we don't have to talk about you in commentary, you're riding the perfect race, and that was pretty much what it was with you until 5 to go.
Yeah, no, things were started to look a bit pear-shaped then, and just once again go back to what I love, which is just having fun on my bike. So just look forwards and race, and racing happens, things happen, and we just pick back up and keep having fun.
Well done. You've had a great championships. Congratulations on another medal and a gold medal at that. Well done.
Thank you very much.
So we'll be up in the commentary box again shortly for the start of the final race at the Vantage Windows Indoors Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships. The final event, it's the men's points race.
Thanks, Dal. We're just about underway here very shortly as the riders do their final preparations, and they'll be brought up onto the track here. What promises to be a lot of fireworks with a world-class field. As we said earlier on, just scanning down to it very quickly there, I think there's at least 10 riders in there that have won a world title of some shape or form here in both either the juniors or in the senior ranks. And in some cases, a couple of them have won both in junior worlds and at the senior world level, which is great to see here at your national championships. And of course, the current world champion will be making his appearance out here for the first time in the official colours. So he gets to wear those colours officially at the event in which he is the champion of. It's back in Germany last year, and then of course then the world went into lockdown, so he hasn't had that opportunity to really be able to display those. So the final preparations now going on for those riders here. As we said, to roll on out, they'll get all their equipment. You can already see a number of the spare wheels that have been placed over the very back straight there in preparation for any mishaps during the race. That's where they'll sit those along there. So they'll have their support crews watching. That's where they've got to be based. And they'll come running in the direction of if there is a puncture or any sort of crash, etc. that occurs. Hopefully we'll all stay truly upright here. Over a decent distance, of course. 12 sprints, 120 laps, 30 kilometres. Sprints every 10 laps. Same deal again, 5, 3, 2 and 1, with the final sprint offering double points. So officials moving into their respective positions. Of course, the commissaires got they're the race referees getting around in the white shirts there. They'll be moving into their respective areas. They've got all very much clear allocated roles to play and to have a certain area in the track on which to ensure that they are positioned and keeping a very close eye on. Our start list coming up onto the boards. Aaron Gate of Auckland, Hugo Jones of Canterbury, Josh Scott of Canterbury, Regan Goff, East Coast North Island, Hamish Keith Southland, Jacob Willis of Southland, Mark Stewart Southland, Tom Sexton Southland, Keegan Hornblow Tasman, Daniel Bridgewater Waikato Bay of Plenty, Kian Watts Waikato Bay of Plenty, Campbell Stewart West Coast North Island, Khan Groove West Coast North Island, George Jackson of Wellington, and of course the man in the specific colours out there on the fields. He's going to be coming out onto the track there for us from Invercargill. He is the man who is the first New Zealander ever to win an elite points race title, folks. He comes from Southland. You get to see him live here in action today. Put your hands together for Corbin Strong. A fantastic opportunity to be able to see.
So we see the field lining up on the fence, getting into their positions. And as Julian said, at the front, the world champion, Corbin Strong in the rainbow jersey. Campbell Stewart. Kane Crougham behind him. And we have Canterbury's Josh Scott. So 120 laps in total, 12 sprints, one every 10 laps, same as you saw in the women's points race. You can gain 20 if you lap the field. The women's race was an amazingly aggressive race. This will be no different. Regan Goff's in the yellow of East Coast North Island. George Jackson, the winner of the scratch race, in the colours of Wellington. Starters happy. We're underway. Corbin Strong in the rainbow jerseys, the world points race champion. Keep an eye out for the other man in the West Coast North Island colours, Campbell Stewart, one of the former world champions in this race. There's plenty of them, even that man swinging up the track. George Jackson's been a part of a junior winning team.
There's certainly a lot of experience here when it comes to the points race. Now looking at that particular field, as we said, won national titles, Oceania titles at the international level. A lot of these riders here, so they'll bring that to play. And of course, I'm sure they'll be keen to try and put the challenge on for a man wearing the current world colours as well, which will just add another little bit of extra flavour to the racing over the day here. As their final event of this competition, it is Tom Sexton who heads up high. Been placed at a World Cup in the scratch race before, been part of the New Zealand endurance squad, as a number of these riders are. They'll know each other's strengths very well.
Well, Aaron Gady's been one of the form riders, but there's plenty of good form. He sits there in second wheel going down the back. It's Campbell Stewart leading. Then we have Kian Watts. Kian Watts sitting in third wheel. Aaron Gate takes over on the front. When's he going to launch an attack? Keep an eye on Corbin Strong. There he goes, following Mark Stewart of Southland. So the Scotsman riding in the colours of Southland, the Commonwealth Games scratch race champion. Kian Watts rides for the Black Spoke Pro Cycling Academy on the road, swings high, goes all the way to the back. There's still plenty of time in the bike race. You've got to be pretty alert though in the points, because at this calibre of field, if they decide to light it up, you can find yourself a fair way back in this line. And Aaron Gate, Kian Watts go to the back. Canterbury to side, George Jackson, he'll take over on the front. Then we see Regan Goff sitting in third wheel. So Goff also in very good form. There's nobody in bad form in this race. Keegan Hornblow is the rider for Tasman. He's sitting full back at the moment as they go down the back. Campbell Stewart sitting there as well, another rider who will want a big performance in this. He's had a reasonably quiet national championships for Campbell Stewart. So he'll be looking for a big ride in the points race. As they move up, move around. Hornblow, Keegan Hornblow takes over from Campbell Stewart. Aaron Gates sits there in second wheel. Kian Watts, they're starting to think about the first sprint. They got 12. So next time around the bell will go who's going to open the account. Aaron Gate goes, well, I'll just ride it from the front. I'll control things. I've done that plenty of times before. Regan Goff starting to show a fair bit of interest at third wheel. Kian Watts at second wheel. The moves come around the outside. Kane Croup in the colours of West Coast North Island. The world champion Corbin Strong goes around the outside. Aaron Gate winds up on the inside. Kian Watts hasn't kicked out just yet. Corbin Strong starts to make his move, so he goes over the top of Kian Watts. Gate on the front, there's the world champion, goes through, right on the line, we'll give it to Corbin Strong, though he takes 5 from Aaron Gate. The thing with Gate, though, he'll just put his head down and keep going. Kian Watts knew that. So the pace on straight after the sprint. Gate falls up. Kian Watts decides I'm going to keep it on. Then we have Regan Goff sitting in behind him.
And Corbin Strong deciding to pull out as well. It disappears up the track there with Gate, with the power meter on the back there, so he'll be getting plenty of wattage coming out of the legs here as we've seen him over the last few days. He would certainly be one of the serious favourites in here, the former Omnium World Champion, but 3 riders off the front there. Tom Sexton looked like one of the men off the front. Khan Grew, I think there of the West Coast North Isles at Campbell Stewart. It is Stewart that's decided to go off the front here. So a trio just putting a bit of an effort off the front to see what sort of reaction they can get from the field for the counter-attack following the sprints.
Yeah, George Bridwater in there for Waikato. Campbell Stewart, well, he said he's had a fairly quiet championship. He's made his intentions pretty clear. I'm going to make it as hard as possible. Bridgewater, Sexton, Campbell Stewart, and the rest of the field being brought back. Aaron Gate, he doesn't mind doing the hard work. Regan Goff says, thanks very much. I don't mind sitting there 2 back. Gate goes through. Kian Watts tracks Aaron Gate. Regan Goff swings up. Mark Stewart hasn't done anything yet. There's the points from the first sprint. Strong, Gate, Stewart and Watts. 5, 3, 2 and 1. Kian Watts just got it ticking over. There's Mark Stewart. Kane Croup.
So it's all about position for these riders here as they constantly look to see where riders are when the countdown is happening for the various laps there. They'll keep a very close eye on that. You need to know your maths pretty well to ensure that you stay in hot contention at all times. You don't necessarily have to be burning it off the front there at all times there. You just need to be aware of what's going on and ensure that you make some very quick decisions. And one of the men that's very good at that, of course, is the Aucklander Gate. Rolling off the front, you notice he hasn't been doing massive big laps. He's just done enough, a few metres, then he'll pull on out there. He'll have in his mind a time where he wants to put some pressure on. He's the sort of guy who'd be more than happy to try and go off the front and take a lap out on the field, and the riders will be very aware of it. Of course, he is the New Zealand Pursuit Champion, one of the 3rd fastest ever individual pursuits in the world with a 4:08, so they're very aware of the form this man is in. As we see, he looks like Sexton, or is it the Scotchman that's coming around the outside, and there's a bit of a group trying to get into the challenge for the sprints.
Yeah, Mark Stewart knew he was coming into bell lap, so decides to take over on the front. Mark Stewart down the back. Corbin Strong, 3 out, 3 wide. Kian Watts inside him. Aaron Gates back in 4th place. So around the outside, Corbin Strong's fighting hard. Mark Stewart on the inside, but Campbell, as Corbin Strong takes it, the world champion, 2 from 2 so far. Mark Stewart decides, well, I'll just keep it going down the back, and there's a move from Aaron Gate. Hugo Jones will know. There's Aaron Gate goes, well, I'm going to put the afterburners on. We'll just see who's got what. Mark Stewart grits the teeth, pulls on the handlebars. And when you see them strung out like this, you know it's high. Aaron Gate pulls up the track. Just see if anyone wants to keep it going. Here's the Canterbury riders go, well, let's keep it on. Kane Croup. Then we have Regan Goff, Corbin Strong, straight back in there covering things. Kian Watts, well, it's going to be on. There's the results. Corbin Strong, Mark Stewart, Kian Watts, Hugo Jones. So that's why we saw the attack from Aaron Gate. He let the points go in that sprint.
It's looking dangerous with Gate. You can see he's been stretching the rubber band a few times on the field here. He's just trying to see what sort of reaction he can get eventually. That'll start to snap for 1 or 2 of them here as they get further into the race. Overall, Corbin Strong sitting on 10 points. Aaron Gate in 2nd on 3. Mark Stewart in 3rd on 3. Kian Watts also on 3. Stewart on 2. Hugo Jones on 1. But the world champion, he's made his intentions clear. He's pretty inspired by the fact he's in his home crowd on his home track here. He's come through the ranks in the junior ranks here in Southland over the years, and to be wearing this royal jersey today, the rainbow jersey, is something very special for him indeed.
The Keegan Hornblower Tasman goes through. George Jackson, will expect George to light it up at some stage as well. Jacob Willis goes through. So Willis swings up to the top of the track. They just have a little bit of a lull. Regan Goff sitting midfield. Aaron Gate never too far away off the front. Kane Croup moves just towards the back with Hornblow. George Jackson drops in at the back. Gate has a look over his shoulder. Who's there? Gallants is up. Campbell Stewart, he takes over. So Campbell Stewart moves up the track. So if you're trying to pick out the difference between Campbell Stewart and Kane Croup, the yellow stickers on the bike of Campbell Stewart, he rides the BT. Mark Stewart goes through, so 2 Stewarts in the field, the Scotsman. Mark Stewart on the front, Kean Watts standing beside him. Then we have Regan Goff on the outside. Keegan Hornblow goes through on the inside from Tasman, sorry. So again, Aaron Gate, they're all very aware of Aaron Gate. 92, the bell's going to go next time round. So Aaron Gate sitting wide, Regan Goff. Tracks in Corbin Strong though, there he goes. He's tucked in on Regan Goff. Oh, there's a big move coming around the outside. Campbell Stewart goes, well, I'm going to light it up from a long way out. Straight away, Aaron Gate reacts with Regan Goff down the back. So Campbell Stewart's kicked a couple clear. Here comes Aaron Gate. Corbin Strong's back in 4th place. Campbell Stewart, though, he wants to get the 5 points on the board. Aaron Gate's going to roll him on the line, though. Regan Goff might have got up there for 2nd or 3rd. It'll be the photo. And did Corbin Strong get the point? We'll wait and see. The judges will come up, and Aaron Gate, as he always does, keeps it going after the sprint. Regan Goff settles things down a little bit. Dan Bridgewater goes through. Corbin Strong. Campbell Stewart. Kane Croup settles a little bit back. There we go. Confirmation of the sprint. Aaron Gate, Regan Goff, Campbell Stewart, Dan Bridgewater. So Gate gets the 5, keeps the scoreboard ticking over. Well, that time the world champion decided to sit the sprint out. Nothing wrong with that. He's got plenty of points on the board, but it'll even up. And there we go. Corbin Strong on 10. Gate closes within 2. Campbell Stewart is on 4. Regan Goff on 3, along with Mark Stewart, Kean Watts, Hugo Jones in 7th on a point.
And speaking of Hugo Jones, the 2 Canterbury riders, of course, Josh Scott and Hugo Jones out there, 2 high caliber riders. What are they going to be able to do in this particular race here? Certainly don't count them out at this point in time. It's very early days as the Aucklander, Aaron Gate, takes them on through once again. Ever present, knows exactly where to position himself at all times. Regan Goff's been in some very, very good form as well. Of course, the bronze medalist in the individual pursuit. Heads up high, part of the endurance squads. The elite squad there based in Cambridge, along with the likes of the Campbell Stewarts, the Corbin Strongs. So they'll keep very close eye on each other there, but of course don't count out some of these other guys from different centres who are knocking on the door to get themselves up at the absolute top level. And it is the Canterbury riders now. We're just going to give it a little bit of a nudge off the front, try to stretch things on out. Hugo Jones would be that man. Of course, he did about a 4:12, 4:13 a few weeks back in Cambridge in the pursuit, so we know he's got some very good form indeed. Josh Scott as well. The 2 of them have ridden 6 days over in Europe, in the UK and all sorts. So they've got plenty of experience to burn here on the track.
So Hamish Keys, Keegan Hornblow just deciding, well, you know, while the rock stars sit back and have a little look, we'll just see what we can do. This is a good move. You don't want to go down trying Hamish Keys. Then he's put his head down with him. The man from Tasman. Great to see. Not frightened to go out there, take it to the world champion and some of the real big names, the biggest names in the sport right here on the final race of the Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships, the very final event on the program, coming to you live on Sky Sport Next and in the stadium. The bell rings, so the 5 points are up the track right now. Hamish Keys looks across the track. Keegan Hornblow does the same, but Aaron Gate starting to come at 100 mile an hour. Mark Stewart sitting in beside him. Keegan Hornblow gets out of the seat, goes, well, I've got to get something for my efforts. Gate takes the 5 as he does. Always chips away, uses his speed, strength and power, and then decides, well, I'll keep it going down the back straight. Keegan Hornblow responds straight away. Very good riding from the Tasman man. He's in this bike race as well.
And the likes of Goff and the East Coast North Island colours, as well as the world champion. They were a fair way back in that particular sprint. They realised pretty quickly that there was no way they were going to get into the mix. So they have to make that decision. They don't want to go chasing on and try and get around the outside there and burn all their matches. So they opt very quickly when that speed is so high to stay back. Aaron Gate at 5 points. Hornblow picks up the 3 points. Stewart will pick up the 2. And Josh Scott of Canterbury will pick up the 1 point there. That is sprint number 4 here in this elite men's points race national championship as they stretch back out and ease the pace off slightly. It's Waikato, Auckland, Waikato, Canterbury. The top handful of riders at the front. It is now Aaron Gates overall leading on 13 points. 3 points adrift is Corbin Strong of Southland. Mark Stewart of Southland on 5. In fourth place is Campbell Stewart on 4, Regan Goff on 3, Hornblow on 3, and Watts on 3. So still very much early days here, but there are 2 riders who are starting to vie for the overall. That is Gate and Strong.
Well, plenty of points up for grabs, a long way to go. George Jackson hasn't scored a point yet, and he'll be thinking about when it's time to make a move. Mark Stewart, of course, from Scotland, has been here since the COVID lockdown and has taken out a licence to race for the Southland Centre and is able to compete in the national championships. He rode in the Road Nationals and picked up the silver medal. He rode in the Omnium Championships, got a medal in that. He's fantastic. It's great to have him here representing Southland and a part of the team. He certainly adds a little bit more of an edge to these championships. Great racing for him. He's in good form, and I'm sure Cycling GB will be keeping an eye on what he's doing down under at the bottom of the world. So we just keep an eye. Where's the world champion? He just sits towards the tail of the field at the moment, tracking Regan Goff in the yellow jersey of East Coast North Island. Kane Croup goes through. He's on the wheel in second position. Campbell Stewart sits a little bit back. So when we say Stewart, there's Campbell Stewart in the colours of West Coast North Island, Mark Stewart in the colours of Southland. Del Woodford, Julian Einarson in commentary, as we have been every day on Sky Sport Next. This is the final race of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 Track Cycling Championships. Kane Croup leads them down the back. There's 72 on the board. It changes to 71, so we'll have another sprint coming up. Expect to see the big moves. The world champion shows a lot of interest, so does Mark Stewart. Mark Stewart goes right around, leads down the back, kicks away clear. That's a big move from Mark Stewart. Kane Croup goes after him, so Kane Croup chasing, but Mark Stewart, he's kicked clear. He wants the 5. Goes, I'm going to take the points, crosses the line with the 5. Kane Croup, I think, from where I was sitting, gets the second place, but we'll wait for the other minors, and Mark Stewart decides, well, I kept it going. I'll just swing up the track, take a little bit of a breather. Man from West Coast North Island, Kane Croup, does the same. George Jackson goes on the front, and as we said, George Jackson might light it up at some stage. Got out of the saddle, but no, decides not to. Then drops back down to the pole line. Aaron Gates sits in behind him. Then Corbin Strong in the rainbow jersey, sitting on the top of the bars, looking quite relaxed. Regan Goff. So the points, there we go. Mark Stewart, Kane Croup, Tom Sexton getting up there for the 2 points. We are still waiting for the point, and they'll update the overall leading board. Kean Watts down the back, Hayden Hornblow, Campbell Stewart of the West Coast and North Island.
So still a large field here in contention as we get the 4th place confirmed, with Aaron Gate picking up the 1 point, which could make a lot of difference. It's about consistency, plus, as we've said all throughout the competition, when it comes to the points race, you don't have to necessarily take out each one of them. Interesting to watch Corbin Strong there. He popped out onto the wheel of Gate there with about a lap and a half to go, but then got the shunt and ended up going backwards there. So we'll be re-evaluating where he needs to be positioned, about that consistency. Here we look at it. Aaron Gate now moves himself up into 14 points to take the lead. Corbin Strong, 4 points adrift on 10 points. Mark Stewart also on 10 points. Campbell Stewart hovering at 4. Regan Goff at 3. Hornblow 3, and Watts on 3. So Gate and Strong and Stewart's. That is, of course, Mark Stewart, the Scotsman. Also, as we've said, ridden a number of events, including the SBS Bank Tour of Southland last year. He's pleased to be down in the Deep South and giving that major events of the country to take part in that over the 5 or 6 days worth of racing. As we see now, some efforts going off the front, and it looks like former Junior World's champion. And at the East Coast North Island, Regan Goff going off the front. And of course, he's part of the endurance team that won the Team's Pursuit a few seasons back here. This man has been looking pretty ominous there throughout the competition.
Well, Kean Watts, also a former Junior World Champion in the Team's Pursuit in the Madison with Lawrence Pithy. So Regan Goff looks over his shoulder. Kean Watts, now you'll want to put in some big turns here and get a fair bit out of the championships. He didn't have the luck he wanted. The world champion decides, well, he'll just sits back at the moment, lets the others do the work. Kean Watts, Regan Goff, they're going to be pulled back though. By the looks of it, the bell goes into the sprint. Who's going to react down the back? There goes Aaron Gate, Corbin Strong tucked on the back of Aaron Gate. Campbell Stewart, Mark Stewart in there as well, still wanted to keep the scoreboard ticking over. They come down, Aaron Gate, Corbin Strong, Mark Stewart, Campbell Stewart. They'll be the points. We'll wait for it to come up, be confirmed by the judges. A little split in the field. Some of the riders starting to feel the effects of the race, the speed of the race. And we've still got 59 laps to go. There we go, Aaron Gate on 5. Corbin Strong got the 3. Mark Stewart from Campbell Stewart. So Southland And West Coast North Island scoring the points. We'll wait for the leaderboard to change. So Aaron Gate keeps it ticking over. He will start at the top. The world champion, though, decided it was time to score the points. There we go. 19. Gate goes to the top from Corbin Strong on 13. Mark Stewart, though, he's on 12. 1 point behind Campbell Stewart. Back on 5. Then we have a bunch on 3. Down through to 7th place, Kian Watts. Watts is trying, but just hasn't quite had the luck. George Jackson hasn't launched yet. Keegan Hornblower will want to have another go as well. And they just check. You can see the riders looking up at the big scoreboard, just getting an update. Kian Watts goes, well, I'm still in the mix. I've only got 3, but there's still 57 laps. There'll be 56 next time down the finish line to think about it. So what will Corbin Strong do? He knows Aaron Gates in very good form. The world champion looks up. Regan Goff takes over. So a little bit of a rethink. As Corbin Strong going to challenge Aaron Gate in the sprints for the points. He's just got to keep them ticking over. Aaron Gates, a master. Of course, former world Omnium champion, Olympic Games bronze medalist in the team's pursuit.
So the pressure going off a little bit, allowing a few to catch their breath here, and I think a few of them will be quite relieved with that, because each of those sprints, as we've seen there is a good half dozen riders who are starting to dominate, and the others are just hanging on for it there. So this ease of the pace will allow them just to gather their thoughts, get prepared, as we now see again Regan Goff out of the seats, winding things on up. Meanwhile, Gates and Corbin Strong keeping a very close eye on each other. They go to the rear of the group. Goff will go off the front. As we said, he's already the bronze medalist at the individual pursuit. He'd be more than happy just to stir things along here. One of the endurance riders, one of the many endurance national riders here in the team, and that's starting to take its toll on a few at the rear end of the field here as the rubber band begins to stretch for a few of them. Josh Scott being one of those, can't groove another.
Well, Hugo Jones swings up. He hasn't scored a point yet in the competition. Well, he's not on the board anyway with a point that I can see. He may have got one and we've missed it. Also, George Jackson hasn't scored. There's a couple still got a fair bit to ride for. They've just got to have a little bit of recovery, maybe in a lull, and take the opportunity. As we see Campbell Stewart, former double world Omnium champion and a world points race champion, go through with Aaron Gate on his wheel. Corbin Strong sits there, the bell rings. They're going to come around for another sprint, so down the back. Now Corbin Strong kicks around over the top of Aaron Gate. Big move coming from Mark Stewart round the outside. It looked like he had another gear. Mark Stewart's going to go round over the top. Corbin Strong chases. Aaron Gate goes up for the third. Campbell Stewart gets the point in fourth. Wow, Mark Stewart made that look very easy, and Aaron Gate goes, well, we'll see what you've got. Let's see who's got something left in the tank, because I want to stretch it out a little bit, and Aaron Gate does that. He has Corbin Strong biting the handlebars. Mark Stewart, Corbin Strong, Aaron Gate, Campbell Stewart, as we called it. And the world champion goes through, goes, well, just settle it down. Kian Watts brings the other riders back up to them. We've still got 48 laps, plenty of points on offer, 120 in total in the points race. 120 laps, no one's looked like it. There's the leaderboard. Aaron Gate goes sitting at the top still on 21, Mark Stewart on 17, Corbin Strong on 16, Campbell Stewart with a 10-point gap back to 6th. They're the top 4, Regan Goff's on 3. Well, it looks like in the early stages, well, not early stages, all more than halfway through the points race, Aaron Gate, Mark Stewart, Corbin Strong, that's where the medals are right now. And it's Aaron Gate that leads them down the back. Mark Stewart, then the world champion, Corbin Strong. He's got the stadium full. They're all on the edge of their seats cheering for Corbin Strong. We'll see and swing up to the top as they go through into turn 1. Kane Croup goes through. Canterbury move at the top. Now there's a move. That could be Tom Sexton going off the top.
Yeah, Tommy Sexton, he loves to have a bit of a nudge here. He hasn't heard his name mentioned too much here at this point in time. He's been very patient, very quiet, unlike Tom. So now he has a bit of a crack, and he's taken with him here one of his national squad members. That would be Regan Goff again, who seems to have had a few extra Weet-Bix for breakfast this morning, because he is just going and going. The Energizer battery, along with Sexton off the front. They open a bit of a gap. Corbin Strong decides he needs to shut this down a wee bit here. He's very wary, particularly the East Coaster, who has been picking up a few points early on. And he knows full well he is quite capable of lapping the field. He'd be more than happy being out there. Some riders more than happy just to wait for sprints. But the likes of Goff, he could do either. He can be mixing it up in the sprints there, but he'd prefer to go off and try and pick up the 20 points, rely on that endurance base to do that more so than the surges of the sprints when you got the likes of Corbin Strong, Aaron Gate in the field there, who can just roll you on that line. Of course, Mark Stewart, who's looking pretty sharp out there at this point in time and is right at the top end of the leaders board.
Well, Regan Goff looking very comfortable out front. He'll get the bell. There's 5 points on offer. We're going to look a little bit back. Who's going to react? Who's going to go after him? Aaron Gate gets out of the saddle into turn 1, out of turn 2. Leads down the back. Corbin Strong. There goes George Jackson. Mark Stewart's got a bit of work to do from back there. So Aaron Gate just continues to put the pressure on. And he's going to go up to Regan Goff. If he can, he does. He goes up, goes past. Corbin Strong's tacked on the back. And Aaron Gate decides to keep going. Corbin Strong goes, well, I'm going to go with him. I've got to go with him. George Jackson, Mark Stewart, he's probably going to say, George Jackson, better swing up because I'm coming. I've got to get across to them. So Campbell Stewart, Aaron Gate, two of the strongest riders in the bike race, sitting top of the leaderboard. Mark Stewart is also up there, knows he's got to get across and does a big turn. Kean Watts also trying to get across. George Jackson, he sits up, he goes, well, I've blown my lights, and it's down to a select few in the points race. The world champion, Corbin Strong, goes through. They all move high on the track, and as they do, Campbell Stewart goes through with Mark Stewart tacked on him. Aaron Gate responds straight away. Five to Goff, 3 to Gate. Corbin Strong on 2. George Jackson got the 1. And we'll wait for the update on the leaderboard. It's changed. There we go. We have it. Gate on 24, Strong on 18, Mark Stewart on 17. It just gets tighter.
It's tick for tack, these two here between Gates and Corbin Strong. They're not letting each other out of their sights. They're keeping very close to the wheel. Mark Stewart also keeping himself in the mix, and he's obviously feeling pretty good in those sprints as he's rolled them a few times here. But 24 versus 18 versus 17. There's not much in it here as we look to the board. 36 laps to go here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome in this final of the Elite Men's Points Race.
35 on the board under the stuff. Aaron Gate just settles things down, goes through. He's very good at controlling the tempo. Corbin Strong does the same. Keegan Hornblow, dropped a lap but jumps back in. He's down. Gained some points now, he's lost some, so he's still in the race. You're allowed to rejoin. Remember, in the points race, you can lose a lap, get the -20, and you're still in the race. You can still compete. They move around. They're all just starting to have a little bit of look-see at each other. They've had a big program, but they're all in this bike race. It's still wide open. The top 3, it's tight as, isn't it, at the top of the leaderboard? 24, 18, 17. Corbin Strong. He's also got to keep an eye on Mark Stewart as well as Aaron Gate, and that's what he's doing. He's following Gate everywhere he goes. So Gate pulls up the track. Corbin Strong has a look, moves up as well. Keegan Hornblow, Kane Croup, George Jackson. If the lull they rejoin, they can settle down and get their breath back. 32, they'll be coming around shortly. George Jackson has a little look over his shoulder, sees Mark Stewart sitting there. So what's the Scotsman going to do in this colours of Southland? When will he take over? Aaron Gate looking ominous on the outside of Campbell Stewart. Just back a little bit. Regan Goff sits midfield. George Jackson decides, well, I'll just try and stretch the legs off the front. Mark Stewart closes that down, going into the bell round the outside. Mark Stewart looking extremely good. Corbin Strong's a little bit back. Here comes Aaron Gate, his third wheel. Is he going to try and roll Campbell Stewart, or is he just going to position himself, pick up second points? It was pretty tight. We'll wait for the judges. Very smart riding from Aaron Gate. He saw where the world champion was. He was a little bit boxed and just settled, didn't use too much energy, just made sure he got, I think, the 3 points.
His Gate rides very smart, doesn't he, Dale? He knows constantly where the riders are, where the main opposition are, and there he is, confirmed, sprint number 9. Campbell Stewart on the 5, Aaron Gate the 3, Mark Stewart the 2 points, Kean Watts the 1 point there. But Gates constantly looking, any advantage he can take there when it comes into those sprints. Good rider to be tracking here if you're one of the youngsters going up in the sports here. And check him out, watch where he positions himself, how he rolls, as we look to Aaron Gate now leading it on 27 points. Mark Stewart now moves into the silver medal position on 19 points. And the world champion on 18, followed by Campbell Stewart on 11. Goff on 8, Watts 4, and Hugo Jones on the 1 point. But Aaron Gate is the man that's just starting to stretch out a bit of a lead here. Still plenty of sprints up for grabs, and of course, the double points available towards the end as the pace eases once again, and it's Canterbury that'll bring them down the home straights.
Yeah, well, Hugo Jones, he's got a point on the board there in 7th position, and he might be just holding a little bit back and have a go in the last few laps. George Jackson flicks the elbow. Regan Goff swings up the track. Keegan Hornblow, he goes through. Aaron Gate, he's followed by Campbell Stewart. The world champion follows Mark Stewart. They move around the track, and the pace is 25 to go. It was 120 laps, and we're already down to 25 to go. It's been quick. Feels like we've only been going about 20 minutes. 24 as they go past, and it's bunched up a little bit. What's Hugo Jones going to do? Is he going to launch a big attack? Who's going to go from the top? Regan Goff goes, well, I'll go from the front. Campbell Stewart goes, I won't react straight away, but I'll get out of the seat. Aaron Gate, as he does, just rolls through, keeps the tempo going. So you can see the leaderboard like I can. Aaron Gate's looking very comfortable. Regan Goff, though, goes, well, it's time to get some more points. 8's just not going to do it. And Regan Goff puts his head down, uses that pursuing ability, the acceleration to go away. He's quickly sort of got 50 or 60 metres on them, but he's going to need a bit more than that.
He's looking pretty smooth down towards the black line, the measuring line there, the 250 metres on top of the handlebars, trying to get as aerodynamic as he can. It's a Gate that's rolling on through here at the moment. He's not going to be too concerned by the fact. He'll just be looking for consistency of points here. He's not going to try and chase down the win, but if he can still continue to pick up those points, continue to put the squeeze on the likes of Stewart as well as Corbin Strong. And it looks like Stewart's doing a fly around the outside as Gate leads them down the straights. But it is a man from the East Coast that'll pick up the 5 points. And Stewart might have just snuck around the outside to pick up the 3-pointer for himself. Gate in the mix there as well. George Jackson also keeping himself rolling around towards the front there. But the fatigue factor is starting to set in for 1 or 2 there as you see them trying to do the surge to the line.
Well, Corbin Strong is under a little bit of pressure, the world champion. There's no gifts. They're not saying you're the world champion. Regan Goff took it. Mark Stewart, Aaron Gate, Kane Croup. So Aaron Gate, once again, just squeezing the world champion, not scoring. As they get an update on the leaderboard, Aaron Gate, 29. Mark Stewart on 22. Regan Goff, 13, so he got some dividends and moves up into 4th place. He's only 5 behind Corbin Strong, so the world champion is going to be under attack as we see Campbell Stewart heading on the attack down the back straight. He's opened up a little bit to get Regan Goff, just relaxes a little bit. Mark Stewart goes, well, I've got to get into this, and I saw Emma coming, walking past. I'll try and get her into the commentary for a quick word with 16 to go. The partner Mark Stewart out there. He's in the middles at the moment, sitting in 2nd place, 6 behind, and the Scotsman, he's not out of it. He knows what he's doing. Corbin Strong, the world champion, is under pressure, and I'm going to ask Julian just to let me hand over to Emma Cumming. Emma, well, this is exciting. This is tense. You've got your partner, Mark Stewart, in 2nd place.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
So just check that. She's got her mic on one moment. Joining me is Emma Cumming. Mark Stewart, 2nd place. It's really tight, though, with 14 to go.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very cool race for all the boys. Really cool for Mark to be out there and be able to race New Zealand Championships.
You've had a great championships yourself as a sprinter. Any advice? Oh, look, the pressure's going on now. Campbell Stewart's putting the heat on.
I think just for them to ride hard and keep pedaling in circles.
Keep going around us, coming in. So we've got to build the crowd up. They've got 13 to go. Emma, what's Mark going to do?
Oh, he's just going to have to try and attack and try and chase down his other Stewart brother, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's Campbell Stewart. They're not related, of course. One's from Palmerston North, one's from Scotland. Aaron Gates still top of the leaderboard. They've got 12. We'll keep you in here till the next sprint, and you'll be able to take us through that. Aaron Gate in control of things at the moment. Emma, he's looking very good. Aaron Gate at the top, masterclass performance.
He always looks good, that Aaron Gate. You know, he always knows how to ride a bike. He's a very classy bike rider.
Yeah, what a field, isn't it? You know, the current world champion, Mark Stewart, the Commonwealth Games champion. The bell goes. Take us through the sprint. Aaron Gates leading it out.
Aaron Gates leading it out. Mark's trying to come round, and here he comes. Do you think he's got the gas? I'm not really sure. Gatey seems to just be going, and he's just going. You've got Regan in 3rd wheel as well, coming around. Come on, Mark.
Yeah, come on, Mark. Not quite. Well, Emma Cumming, I'll let you go out and cheer him on from the sideline. Thanks very much for joining us. It's Emma Cumming. Great to have her back on the bike. Great to have her join us, and exciting for her, Julian, with Mark Stewart. There we go. Aaron Gate gets the 5. Mark Stewart the 3. Corbin Strong 2. Regan Goff 1. The leaderboard. Aaron Gates just putting the squeeze on everybody as he does. Campbell Stewart.
But the real champion, he's starting to get himself involved more in those sprints as we look to the results currently standing at 34 points for Aaron Gate. Mark Stewart 25. Corbin Strong on 20. Regan Goff 14. Campbell Stewart 11. As they start getting down to the sharp end of the race. A bit of nudging going on amongst the riders there with 8 laps to go. It's 2,000 metres remaining, and it's Campbell Stewart of the West Coast, North Island, a former world champion, has got himself available off the front here. What sort of challenge is he going to put on? What's the reaction going to be of the remainder of the field as they approach 7 laps to go? Come on, folks, start placing your bets. Make some noise for your favourites as they come on through here in the closing stages here of the Elite Men's Points Race.
Well, the patron and the first man to win the 100-mile national road title for Southland, Tony Inison. He's still got the book going, Julian, and it'll be a good time to open it now. But Aaron Gate, he would be at short odds. You'd get about 80 cents for your dollar. Mark Stewart there on 25 points in second. Corbin Strong on 20. But Campbell Stewart, he's left it late. He's got 5 to go. He's ripping around. He's got half a lap. You know, he's not out of being able to lap them. They only got to sit up. George Jackson swings up. Corbin Strong, the world champion, knows Keon Watts is sitting in there. And Campbell Stewart, look at him go. Campbell Stewart, he's getting them in his sights down the back. The leader, the man from the West Coast, North Island. Keon Watts leads the main group. They swing up the track, and sort of the energy's gone out of this group. Mark Stewart has a look across. He sees Campbell Stewart half a lap. Is he going to run out of time? He's got 3 to go. Campbell Stewart, there's 10 points on the last. Can he move himself up into the medals? He's a wee way back. He's on 11. If he gets the 10 and no one else scores, it moves him up into third position. If Corbin Strong doesn't get a point, well, Hugo Jones decides it's time to chase. We can't let Campbell Stewart get on the back of us. They're going to get 2 to go as they come through. Campbell Stewart will get 1. He's left his run just a little bit late. Jones goes out hard down the back straight. Mark Stewart's now biting hard on the handlebars. George Jackson. Corbin Strong just gets himself onto the back wheel of Aaron Gate. We're into the last lap, the last event of the Vantage Windows and Doors National Championships. Down the back, Campbell Stewart is looking over his shoulder. George Jackson. Corbin Strong's fighting hard. He's getting around. He wants the 3rd place. There's some double points. There goes Campbell Stewart. He takes the 10. George Jackson, the world champion, he got up for the 3rd, but Aaron Gate, I think, was in 4th. Wow, what a race. What a way to finish the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite Men's and Under-19 National Championships, and with the points race, the men's points race. We saw the women's points race was an outstanding race, Julian. We've just seen something else. Aaron Gate, ladies and gentlemen. Well, what can you say? World-class performance in the individual pursuit. World-class performance in the points race. The world champion congratulates him. That was some ride.
That was a sensational race by all concerned here. Aaron Gate, Corbin Strong, the whole lot of them there out there laying it on the line as we wait for confirmation of the results. Aaron Gate of Auckland should have done enough here to secure the win. So looking at the board there, we've got Aaron Gate on 34 points, Mark Stewart 25, Corbin Strong on 20, Regan Goff on 14, Campbell Stewart the 11 points. But Aaron Gate just continues to just add to his resume here. Over the past year, he has had an outstanding range of races, taking out the Tour of Southlands, winning this here, winning the individual pursuit, lowering the record to be the 3rd fastest in the world in history here for the individual pursuit. And now he adds the final race here, the former Omnium world champion. An outstanding way to complete this national championships.
Yeah, fantastic race. Everybody gave it their best. The field lined up, and it's been an outstanding championships. Campbell Stewart congratulating Aaron Gate. Well, all that training he did with his dad over Christmas has paid off. I'm sure they've been tuning in, watching Aaron Gate perform. He's a superstar and tracking very nicely through to the Olympic Games. Wow, how do you pick our endurance riders for the Olympic Games? Who's going to ride the bunch races? And you've got Aaron Gate in great form. Corbin Strong, points race world champion. Of course, their main focus will be the team's pursuit. We've seen some outstanding performances from under-19s, some national records broken, some world-class times be produced here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome in Invercargill. Del Woodford and Julian Inison, it's been a real pleasure bringing you all the action since really on Wednesday we started, through to Saturday. Big crowds in, really enjoying their cycling. They love their cycling in Southland. Thanks very much for joining us. Thank you for your comments, your kind words over the evening sessions as we've come to you live on Sky Sport Next. Thanks to the team who've done a wonderful job bringing you the pictures. They really appreciate the comments you've provided them with, saying how much you've enjoyed the coverage from all around the world. Hard to pick the outstanding rider of the championships. There's been so many great rides. Julian's headed down to the infield where we'll do the presentations. Of course, the riders will need to recover. They've just done 30 kilometres, 120 laps at breakneck speed. Love to see what the average speed was for the race. So there'll be some celebrating tonight, some outstanding performances here in Southland. Jenna Borthwick adding multiple titles. Amelia Sykes, individual record ride in the individual pursuit. Outstanding. Their team performances. Canterbury always strong. Their under 19 girls outstanding. What a group they've got there. Sian Fulton, seeing her come through. Of course, the Kieran champion last year. The time trial champion is added. The sprint title collected, the complete set. Colart picking up the under 19 men's sprint and the elimination race. The consistent performances of Zach Patterson in the under 19s. And then we move into the elite men, the elite woman, the ride of Kirsty James in the points race, the penultimate race on the program. That was something else. Riley McMillan, Southland teammate, 2 medals at these championships since she's moved south, continues to improve. Bear with us and stay for the presentations and the interview with Aaron Gate and Kirsty James, the winners of their points races. A huge thank you to the people here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome. What a facility. It's in immaculate condition. The comments from the visitors from out of town who go overseas to velodromes, they travel with others around the country as well, and this place is in immaculate condition. There's not a speck anywhere. You go into the bathrooms, the floors, they look like they've just been relaid. You could eat your dinner off them, they're that shiny. The track's in great condition. It was laid in 2006, and we've seen world-class times once again in this beautiful facility. It's been absolutely great hearing the interviews with the riders after the race, and we've got 3 interviews coming up after the presentations. We'll be talking to the points race winners, and I think the world champion Corbin Strong. If he's recovered, they threw everything at him. Just because you're the world champion doesn't mean to say they sit back and let you dominate. Yeah. And you've got Aaron Gate in the field. Great thing about Aaron Gate, he was out there this morning in the team's pursuit with his young Auckland team. They're all under 19, and the thrill they got out of riding, they just missed out by the narrowest of margins of going through to a medal ride. And they got such a buzz. They learn so much when you ride with someone of that calibre. Look at the young Southland riders around Mark Stewart. He delivers so much in the coaching front as well. Helps out. He's delighted to be here racing with us in New Zealand.
So we've just got an update here for the Cycling New Zealand Point Shield as well, which of course will conclude with the age group national championships up in Cambridge in a few weeks' time. That's currently We've got West Coast North Island on 1 point, East Coast North Island 2 points, Northland on 3, Wellington 4, Mid-South Canterbury 6, Tasman 17 points, Auckland on 33 points, Southland on 44 points, Canterbury 45 points, and currently leading the trophy there, the shield, is Waikato Bay of Plenty with 65 points.
The Black Spoke Pro Cycling Academy shirt, as we see some young Southland riders helping out. They've had a real thrill mixing it with the elite. A lot of the under-15s in today. The work begins now. Dale Hollows down there packing up the bikes. Renee Wolf as well, the sprint coach. Great to have Renee in commentary. Olympic Games double medalist Hayden Ralston. So all the bikes get packed up. The airports will be inundated with bike boxes over the next probably 24 hours as people start to head home. It's a massive week for the Vantage Windows and Doors National Track Cycling Championships for the elite and under 19. Just waiting for the riders to get themselves over to the presentation area. We can present the medals for the final two races. We're nearly ready to get underway with the medal presentations. The riders are in line, so we'll hand over to Julie Einarson in the infield.
Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships Elite Women's Points Race will now take place. The medals will be presented by Mr. Tony Einarson, Cycling Southland patron. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Mid-South Canterbury, Holly Edmondson. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Southland, Riley McMullen. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Elite Women's Points Race National Champion, representing Southland, Kirsty James. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships Elite Men's Points Race Championship will now take place. The medals once again will be presented by Mr. Tony Einarson, Cycling Southland patron, and like all good ex-bike riders, celebrating his 50th wedding anniversary at a cycling event. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Southland, Corbin Strong. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Southland, Mark Stewart. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Men's points race national champion, representing Auckland, Aaron Gates. And the champion to receive the Ross Pepper Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to do a special presentation for the 2020 Team of the Year, to be presented by Erin Cringlington, Vice President of Cycling New Zealand Road and Track. The 2020 Team of the Year is being awarded to the New Zealand Men's Team's Pursuit of Campbell Stewart, Aaron Gate, Regan Goff, Jordan Kirby and Corbin Strong. The New Zealand Track Cycling Team of the Year trophy, donated by the Matheson family, goes to the Vantage New Zealand Men's Team's Pursuit team of Campbell Stewart, Gates, Goff and Kirby and Corbin Strong, recording a New Zealand record of 3:47.501 on the way to a fine silver medal at the World Championships in Berlin. Sees the Men's Team's Pursuit team take out the Team of the Year award for 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation of the 2020 Team of the Year. Joining us now, Kirsty James, winner, of course, of the women's points race. Well, Kirsty, congratulations. What a great way to finish off your campaign.
Thank you. I really enjoyed that race. I entered just at the last minute, and I'm really happy I did. It was cool.
And as a Southland combination, to see three of you on the team there off the front, was that a plan or was it a bit of a shock that it all came together such as that?
It was such a shock because I joked about it beforehand, saying, oh, we should just do another team pursuit. And when it eventuated, I honestly just laughed in my head, like, how did this happen?
Well, congratulations once again on the fine effort and throughout the last 4 days. Folks, would you put your hands together for Kirsty James, the winner of the Elite Women's Points Race. Well, joining us now is the current world champion in the points race, Corbin Strong of Southland. Well, Corbin, probably not the result you wanted, but what about that crowd coming to ride in your hometown?
Yeah, it's been an awesome week all around, really, and it's been so cool racing in front of the Southland crowd, and yeah, just the pure numbers that have come out to watch has been awesome. And yeah, tonight didn't go my way, but I got beaten by two better riders on the night, and kudos to Aaron Gate and Mark Stewart. They had great rides, and it just proves the quality of racing we have here in New Zealand at the moment. Like, it's second to none. Like, having guys like Campbell Stewart not even getting on the podium just shows how hard it is, because any race around the world, Campbell would be a favourite to win. So yeah, testament to the quality of riders we have in New Zealand at the moment. It's been an awesome week.
Well, certainly enjoyed watching you race, and along with the endurance team, of course, and we look forward to seeing you in Tokyo. All the best for your campaign. Folks, would you put your hands together for the World Points Race Champion, Corbin Strong of Southlands.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that ends our... Oh, sorry.
Now joining us, of course, is the winner of the points race, and what a fantastic race it was, Aaron Gate of Auckland. Congratulations, a fine campaign for you over the 4 days.
Yeah, thanks, Julian. It was a great fun race out there tonight, and although we've just been presented Team of the Year, I guess that race sort of showed why we are able to win that, because out there. It was take no prisoners. We were all out there to get each other, and I think that's what sort of kept us going through this difficult year, is just that internal competition that's kept each other like pushing to the next level, and it was great to go out there and show some of that form tonight.
Yeah, well, as you've just touched on, of course, a world-class field, really, and a lot of national championships would just love to have that sort of class of act coming into something such as a points race.
Yeah, it's bloody awesome. I mean, you can't complain when you've got the current world champion in your national championships, and I think I'm just going to rally together the army of bodyguards to escort me out the building with upsetting the hometown hero tonight.
Now, looking forward, of course, fingers crossed for Tokyo. What's on the boards here for you guys in the track campaign?
This was a bit of a line in the sand for us here. We worked pretty hard to this point, so now we'd take a bit of a breather for a week or so, and then it'll be the final push and training, back in the gym, back doing the strength work as we rebuild towards that final push towards the Olympics.
Well, we look forward to seeing you and the team in action in Tokyo later on this year. Folks, would you put your hands together? He is the champion of the points race, Aaron Gate of Auckland.
Well, now that concludes the coverage from the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships from the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome here in Invercargill. Some of the highlights of the week, it's hard to pick it out, isn't it? From Zach Patterson, the Under-19 men's being very dominant. Jack Carswell's 3:14 in the individual pursuit. Kyle Lart's performance in the sprint, and then again in the elimination race. Amelia Sykes' individual pursuit record. The continuing performances of Jenna Borthwick with more titles added. Olivia Ray in the bunch racing, really exciting, and we wish her all the best as she heads over to the United States to ride with Raleigh. Sian Fulton, her 3 sprint titles, a very dominant performance. But of course, I think the man who rode the 3rd fastest time in history, Aaron Gate, was the outstanding performer at these Vantage, Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships. Dale Woodford along with Julia Ninerson, it's been a real pleasure to bring you all the coverage on Sky Sport Next. And don't forget, all the highlights will be coming up on Sky Sport, so keep an eye out from that. Good afternoon and have a great evening.
Welcome to the virtual world, Jace. Sit to learn, there's so many great online courses, bro.
Oh, I don't have that luxury, Fitu. It's too expensive.
Bro, zero fees, kid.